wake up, don't speak for a couple of weeks. I'll be in his place till he calls and says he's sorry. This situation's on repeat, just like a scratch on a CD. It just gets deeper when you hit rewind. How many nights will you make this decision? Nights ending tears and it's blurring your vision. You know he don't love you, but you're holding on to. Scream through the phone even though he won't listen. So I'm still at your place, trying to make it okay. He's miles away, I'm left here with you. Say that you just need someone caring for you. When will you see me more than your rescue? I'm feeling kinda used, yeah, like a drug that you take when you're sick of crying all your tears away. Is that all I am? All I want is for you to be happy. You know this ain't healthy. Do I make you happy? How many nights will you make this decision? Nights ending tears and it's blurring your vision. You know he don't love you, what you holding on to. Scream through the phone even though he won't listen. So I'm still at your place, trying to make it okay. He's miles away, I'm left here with you. Say that you just need someone caring for you. When will you see me more than you rescue? I'm doing everything he doesn't do, but I'm still not enough. Even your parents know I'm good for you, but I'm still not enough. You wanna be done with him, you're stuck with him, 'cause you don't have the guts. And after all I've done, I'm still not enough. Still at your place, trying to make it okay. He's miles away, I'm left here with you. Say that you just need someone caring for you. When will you see me more than your rescue?
Hello, everybody, and welcome into the ESL Challenger League European Division. My name is Scriv. I'm going to be joined by Naokai for this evening. We've got a banger matchup coming up. One win up against Sangal for tonight. Looking forward to getting into it as the Challenger League action gets underway.
Yeah, this one should be really spicy, right? And we're looking at kind of where we're standing right now in Challenger League, looking at the teams coming through, and also going to post RMR, looking at kind of one win. Can they bounce back? Sangal, who didn't make it, are they able to now find a little bit of form? Because they were seen as a very scary side. Then it sort of dipped off, and now there's a lot of question marks about kind of where Sangal stand in sort of the tier 2 circuit and where they kind of are kind of sitting in terms of their comfortability right now. So there's a lot of big questions in terms of both of these two sides. One win, can they find that form? Can they bounce back? Can they prove what the talent's like on paper? And Sangal, of course, they've had to make changes recently. They no longer have Fuzi, which is a huge player to lose. How are they now going to play with Panics now in the roster?
Yeah, we'll have to see. They obviously made it through here. They actually beat Sprout in their opening matchup to get through into this game. One win, meanwhile, had a bye, as it were, thanks to their placing last season of third place. So it's kind of cool to see Sangal, make it through and have a nice opening game. Let's have a little look at the schedule for today. Of course, there are a couple games going down. We're on the B stream, even though we're the main stream of Challenger League, and then it is Ignis Serpents up against Big Omen Academy, which is really cool to see an Academy team in Challenger League.
Yeah, no, I've got to agree there, right? This Omen Academy side have been pumping out some serious talent, and now with the recent news of Favin stepping out, Process, another player from the Big Omen Academy moving up to the main team, it's awesome to see that kind of German talent pipeline coming through, right? We already spoke about Hyped, how unbelievable he was. Crimbo as a youngster coming through the scene, another brilliant talent, and now Process stepping in for Favin at the Brazy Party tournament, right? Yep. Interesting name to say the least. But, for Big Omen Academy, it's really awesome to see these guys continue to pump out serious talent and really show that the German scene is still thriving. Despite them not making the RMR, there's a lot to like about Big Omen Academy.
Yeah, definitely. I think it'll be an interesting game over there, of course, to go down on the C stream. But continuing on with where our game is at, of course, one win up against Sangal. Another difficult kind of matchup here for Sangal, I feel like, because, this team, like you say, they're still betting in new talent, and they have been somewhat struggling over the past few months. I don't think they've been super impressive, right? They've been doing okay, and that's kind of where they're at in terms of the world ranking of 65 in the world. Trying to return to their previous form of the Road to Rio RMR back in October. These guys, unfortunately have not really hit that same kind of level and have been struggling for a while, and whether Panics is the guy to come in and change things up, I'm not so sure. Meanwhile, one win, super impressive team on paper. And again, we are as yet to see them as a team really find super hot form. I thought they were going to do a great job at the RMR, and they only managed to pick up one map, and that was on their home map of Mirage against, BNE, not too scary of an opposition. So definitely need a bit more out of one win here.
Yeah, it's one of those things. On paper, one win's a great side, right? There is actually a lot over towards that team that you like, right? Just because you know the talent that they've got building over towards one win. However, they're just not gelling right now. I mean, of course, you're bringing in Boomich, but you're not bringing him as an IGL. He's actually just a pure rifler because Nickelback's calling, and Nickelback and Hooch obviously work together with Forrester back in Entropic. So they're playing that kind of old Entropic system. We saw this at the RMR. It was the Entropic system. So there's a lot of onus now on Boomich as a rifler to put up rifler numbers. And we're not actually really seeing it all that yet. Deco as well, who is an unbelievably talented AWPer, but we're not seeing him put up these monstrous performances. And when it comes towards the big games, he has been struggling a little bit, even on LAN, right? That's a big question. Can he do it on LAN? And we're yet to be convinced as just yet. Thankfully, this is, of course, online, so he's in the comfort of his own home. But, all the question marks that we ask over towards one win, the same question marks we ask over towards Sangal. Panics, he's a great player. As an AWPer, there's a lot of talent, individually for Panics. However, is he the right puzzle piece for Sangal to make this team an elite tier 2 team again? I don't think so.
Yeah, I think we're both in the same camp on that one. They are missing a bit of an X factor. I think that's kind of the case with the players that they have, to be fair, is that, they don't really have a super strong individual that can take over a game, or even a group of individuals. They're a little bit of a ragtag bunch, and they found some success a few months ago. We're looking at like 6 months ago now. But they really have struggled, I think, to return on that success. I mean, we'll see. Panix is their highest rated player, so maybe he can come in and impress us here. But I think it will be a really difficult sort of matchup against One Win, who are a much more put together kind of team at the moment. They really do seem to have, the pieces in place. It's just about getting them working at this point in time. Like you say, they're still lacking a bit for the top level, but this is easily a team that should be making top 30 standing on their head, to be honest with you. So hopefully they can get there in the near future, but it's difficult to say at this point.
Big question mark, right? And that is going to be the case coming in towards this game. Both of these two sides, we know they've had moments where they're actually elite level teams, right? Both of these sides should be in and around that conversation, being top tier 2 teams, right? And being able to make deep runs in things like ESL Challenger League, but they've lacked consistency over the last few months. And sure. I think especially Sangal, they've really taken a dip. At one point when Fuzi was, originally in that roster, when he first came in, we're looking back to the latter stage of 2022, they were a super scary tier 2 side coming through. The same way Gamer Legion were, but of course Gamer Legion kept up the form where Sangal haven't. They've quite considerably dipped off. And when you look at the names on paper, like Soulfly for me, I love this guy. I think he's so talented. Somebody who can really make a difference. But we just need to see this consistency coming through from Sangal. They need to find that form once again. I think coming in towards this, in my eyes, One Win are the favorites. I just think in terms of recent form, while the RMR didn't go all too well, I still think in terms of online competitive right now, competitiveness, may I say, right now, One Win are just a slightly more kind of complete, better side in terms of they're a little bit more scary, so to say. And of course, with the recent changes of the loan being finished with Fuzi and him having to go back to NIP, I don't know how much time Panix has had to adapt to the situation, to the team, to the plays, the defaults, etc. That's the big thing, right? Is he part of the system? Has he integrated fully? I don't know, because it's been, a week and a half, 2 weeks, maybe? I mean, it's time, but with the amount of games they play, maybe not enough.
Yeah, I don't think that they've necessarily had quite enough just yet, to be honest with you. So we'll see whether he's able to assimilate in. I mean, he did play in their game against Sprout, so they are, at the very least, Challenger League-wise, getting some decent experience, and he actually put up a very good performance over there, 1.42 on the all HLTV rating, so taking over that game. Maybe we'll see it again here against One Win, but I think certainly going to need an awful lot more than that. One Win, clear favourites for me moving into things. We are going to take a quick little break here, folks. When we're back, though, the maps will be getting underway, so make sure you stick with us. We'll see you in a few.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
don't speak for a couple of weeks. I'll be in his place till he calls and says he's sorry. This situation's on repeat, just like a scratch on a CD. It just gets deeper when you hit rewind. How many nights will you make this decision? Nights ending tears and it's blurring your vision. You know he don't love you, hurt you holding on to. Scream through the phone even though he won't listen. So I'm still at your place, trying to make it okay. He's miles away, I'm left here with you. Say that you just need someone caring for you. When will you see me more than your rescue? I'm feeling kinda used, yeah, like a drug that you take when you're sick of crying all your tears away. Is that all I am? All I want is for you to be happy. You know this ain't healthy. Do I make you happy? How many nights will you make this decision? Nights ending tears and it's blurring your vision. You know he don't love you, what you holding on to. Scream through the phone even though he won't listen. So I'm still at your place, trying to make it okay. He's miles away, I'm left here with you. Say that you just need someone caring for you. When will you see me more than you rescue? I'm doing everything he doesn't do, but I'm still not enough. Even your parents know I'm good for you, but I'm still not enough. You wanna be done with him, you're stuck with him, 'cause you don't have the guts. And after all I've done, I'm still not enough. Still at your place, trying to make it okay. He's miles away, I'm left here with you. Say that you just need someone caring for you. When will you see me more than your rescue?
Hello, everybody. Welcome in. We are here, of course, with map number 1 getting underway. It is Inferno to kick us off between these two teams. Sangal starting off on that T side. I am once again joined by Neo Kai. Welcome in, everybody.
Welcome, welcome. Let's get it started. Hang on a second. Already down banana. Boomich. On the myth. Taking that first fight into a second mid. Deco doing more of the same. Right now, Panics. It's starting to panic a little bit. He's in a bit of trouble. 15 points of HP. Spotted, and Boomich will find the opener.
Looks like they might be able to get another one as well. Yes, Panics was left incredibly low there from the earlier exchange. So easy pickups coming in. 5 versus 3. Straight out of the gate. Easy does it for 1 win. And they will begin to rotate some players back around towards A. As they're reading this situation pretty perfectly, to be honest with you. They will try their best on the Sangal side to coax their way in towards this A bomb site. Molotov goes down towards pit. There's not anyone there. It's Deco, the first line of defense. There is a couple of kills that come in for the Glocks. And QB with a nice one onto Nickelback means that this round is now on 2 versus 2. Just Travis and Boomich left to pick up the pieces. They don't have a kit available to them. Travis has no armor and is very low HP. This is looking like Sangal might be able to wrestle this one back, to be honest with you. Time ticking away on this bomb. Heads. Showing as a team kill as Travis goes walking in front of Boomich. That might just do it. He has to go and try and recover this round, but I don't think there's any coming back from that. Soulfly sees him off, and Sangal steal away the pistol round.
And of all the ways to do it as well, Boomich actually started off the round really well. And to get that team kill in that sort of fashion, it's one of those things, Scriv. You have to say it, but you hate to see it. It's simple as that. Sangal, that round looked lost, right? Already with the pressure down towards Banana. It looked like it was game, set, and match. We saw very, very aggro takes coming through from the Sangal guys, which was punished immediately. Boomich, great start for him. The nade damage on towards Panicked. Everything was looking fantastic for 1 win to claw a first round in their favor, and pretty comfortably too. My God, things fell south. Mighty fast. Hop shots. Boomich take a little bit of a tick from the molly. But a smoke will come through, and he's happy just to fall away and give up that space. Right now, for 1 win. Bit of a stack of it towards B. Now rotating towards A.
Early utility coming out from Sangal. We'll give them the brackets control that they are after. So just shaping up for the A hit, ready to pin things down. Ready and raring to go over here. They've got to be careful of the little triangle setup that could be pretty deadly to get through, to be honest with you. And support as well from Travis out towards that long area. So very quickly could get messy here on the A-bomb site.
Let's see. Skrunk, bomb in hand on a Mach 10. Can actually be the entry. Entering with the bomb in hand, with a little bit risky. Deco, nice shot. And the MP down actually flood back through out of apps, trying to get in behind. That's going to make them feel uncomfortable because here he is. And he shows his presence, looking for a third, but can't quite convert it. Time's ticking. Sangal got to make a decision. It's looking like they're going to double back towards B.
Oh, Soulfly being followed here through the smoke should be an easy pickup for Forrester. It is indeed. It's going to be a Galil retrieved as well. So this is a very scary looking T-side now, but a nice fake out, bait and switch back towards the A-bomb site will at the very least allow them to get the game back down to the neutral and get that bomb down. Still not the easiest thing in the world here, but we'll see. Moving in, 1 win, recovering some rifles and some stronger weaponry to try and retake this here bomb site. They don't have a kit available. They don't really have any utility available either. Mach 10 up close and personal. Going to mow down 2. Surely has now set it up. It's just Travis against Panics, who is only on 25 HP. So Panics has really got to play this well. Really has to guess correctly and will catch him at the right time. Great timing peak from Panics and a great recovery from Sangal.
Things were getting shaky things were getting a little bit worrying because once again, One Win had opportunities there to make that one a massive punish play, essentially. Credit to Sangal, they bounce back, they make it work in their favor, fine margins, but that's all that matters, right? Getting those rounds on the board, starting to build up a little bit of a gap between the T and the CT side. And the big thing as well, the MAC-10 getting a lot of kills, right? Which means money in the pockets and continues to give them pretty healthy buys. Let's see, right now, so far, so good over towards Sangal. The money over towards One Win is pretty minimal. Dory flashed in, spots one over towards Boiler. Close and personal as well. And close down the space on the pistols. This is not a bad start from Sangal once again. They've got to make sure that this sort of round is pretty clean.
That is indeed what they're looking for. And I think it should be very doable for them. They are once again approaching towards this A-bomb site, an area that they've been to a number of times now and look pretty comfortable over here. So, oh, the flash comes around. It does not quite meet the mark there. We all caught that. We all saw that. Egg on the face there for One Win, but at the very least, Forrester gets to live.
It was a little bit quiet. It's quite airy in the server. Smoke Plume. So far, what is Sangal's decision? They are still trying to press the point here over towards that of A, and it's going to cost them a little bit. Deco will find the trade, and more damage being dealt towards Scrunk, but they're still committing towards A. Nobody rotating away.
Yeah, not so sure about this move. Oh, this is going to be a dangerous one once again against the pistols. A little bit of damage comes off early enough. The MAC-10, though, again, mows through them. Always difficult for the pistols to lock down an SMG, so it looks slightly scary for a second. Sangal really winding the clock down. And that made us doubt their move in a little bit, but they will survive that stack.
Nickelback on the way out from a B250, looking for an exit. Does need to be careful as well. That bomb radius is pretty hefty these days. No armor. Might take a pretty considerable chunk. Anybody exits out his way, that's where things get problematic. And Corey is going to be the first probably to meet him. I don't think he'll find the kill unless he's got the reactions for it. No. Easy kill for him. He's with the fine one. MAC-10 scooped up. And it's looking like he'll get away with it intact. And he will. Fair play. Gets us one kill. Nothing more than a consolation will not make any sort of a difference at all. And there we go. 3-0 start for Sangal. What matters most is One Win into their first full buy. All in play for Deco. And Rifles to support him. Nickelback happy to wield the MAC-10. Needs to make sure it's utilized well. And again, I guess it gives him a little bit of spare money. You'd even make the argument that potentially even just full buying around the team with an M4 of his own wouldn't be a bad idea here, but I guess having a little bit of money left over isn't going to be the worst case scenario. 3-0 start for Sangal. 1 win to Must Convert. Technically, we'd call this a bonus round for Sangal, but these rounds have been made pretty expensive at times.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. They got the last one pretty cleanly, but yeah, you can already see where the money is at, or the lack thereof. So, oh, Boomich. I don't think he meant to let go of left click there. Will do some good damage onto Soulfly. Scares them away from Banana as well. Nickelback, meanwhile, he's got his trusty MAC-10 here. I love this. And he flashes to go alongside it. No, he's just going to go wide. A little bit of a crazy one. Travis will manage to find a 3k, though, on the trade back. Eventually gets dealt with. But that is a hell of a pickup, because Panics had found a double spray down that really did the job already. Nonetheless, what is the move here? Sangal have still got some control out towards A. Oh, big opportunity here for QB if he can guess. Oh, the right moment. Ooh. He spins around to find Deco. An absolutely massive frag will leave Forrester with it all to do against 2. Yeah, it's a huge kill. This retake, it's doable, but it's still going to be pretty tough. Utah to come down. The molly going to be dropped at the perfect time. Forrester does have a gap to work with. In fact, I think he can sneak past the molly without taking damage. That means no noise. Scrunk first to be showing his head. Needs to be careful. He's extremely low on HP. How does he make this one stick? Forrester in the 1 versus 2. And he gets spotted out for a big pit. Well played from Sangal. Another hugely important round for them to be taking. And a 4-0 start. Everything is already beginning to look very, very good over towards that T side. 1 win in the spot of trouble right now. Not exactly being the most comfortable of displays
to say the least. Just to mention as well, I guess we didn't really even touch on it all that much earlier, but the veto, for those wondering, of course, this pick of Inferno is Sangal, hence why they're starting on that T side. One winner picked in towards Mirage, and if we need it, Ancient is our decider. So Sangal, on their map pick, looking very good so far.
Yep, it is still early days, but looking pretty confident to say the least. One win, of course. Will have to kind of watch themselves in the early portion here. A map that they do play, but definitely not as many reps on it as Sangal, that is for sure. So Sangal will be much more comfortable, on this one. But kind of a must-win for the Sangal side as well. We are expecting that from them, with it being their map, being a comfort map for them. But for sure, with Mirage coming up next, one win generally don't lose on Mirage. So we are expecting Sangal to look impressive here.
Yeah, they're pretty damn good on Mirage. I've got to give them their credit. It's actually very difficult as well in terms of the Tier 2 circuit to kind of out-and-out show and make as a statement that one map, and especially a puggy map like a Mirage or an Inferno, you are so dominant on. But credit to one when they do, but make Mirage look easy at times. Back to the action right now. The Sangal poking and prodding over towards top B. They know the buy is low and they're happy just take fight here. Boom, it's already spotted as well.
We'll have to be wary on that side of Sangal. It's a pretty scary B hold. I think they're kind of savvy to that fact as well. Faking it out, keeping attention on B. Going to very quickly rotate as a pack towards that A bomb site, which they will discover is completely clear. And should be able to win the round out from here, I would say. And you never know. They might just hold what they have on that one-win side, to be honest. I think they will be looking to buy into the next round. But, you know, you've got a bit of cheaper head armor. You've obviously got an M4 in the mix, so... and denying kill bonus away, things like that. These are small, marginal things that can make all the difference at the top end of the game.
That's it. One win. Happy to keep hold of what they've got, especially Nickelback. That's the important one. We said, you know, him keeping all that Mac 10 and having a little bit more money in the pockets could be a bit of a bad call, but in this sense, it's actually worked out well for him. Just unfortunately, couldn't really do anything with it. And towards this round, it was a pretty kind of meh round, all things considered. And well, of course, we will now see ourselves into Sangal 5-0. BB poking, prodding, spawning one out close as well. Needs to be careful. That's an AK, primed and ready. But one win again. They don't want to test it. They don't want to overextend. They want to keep hold of their armor especially. And they will not push their way down. So 5-0 start. Really solid, I have to be said. So over towards Sangal. This seaside very well kind of trained in the way they're kind of coming in towards their defaults. They're expecting one win at times to get aggressive, and they're punishing them. I'm liking what I'm seeing. It's really good Counter-Strike. It's pretty simple, fundamental Counter-Strike, but it's working well. And right now, one win just can't seem to find that man advantage, and it's causing them a lot of problems.
Yeah, it really is. Utility down here to just make life difficult for Panics. Takes some damage, dishes some out. Pretty run-of-the-mill stuff so far in the round number 6 here. Nothing too out of the ordinary.
Slow for now. Let's see. Drop in the corner. Flash them come through as well. First kill going to go the way of Nickelback, the IGL leading from the front. And Travis will add one more as well. Panic spam down through the smoke. Not exactly the way he wanted to go. What's the plan of action now? Deco Shadow spotted, an easy kill for QB. There's a lot more to be done, and Skrunker stuck in the backline. I don't think he'll be expected.
I don't think so either. This is looking like a pretty scary setup, to be honest. Skrunk. Oh, should be able to get the drop, shouldn't he? Yeah, Forrester's an easy pickup. They've got that Moto smoke coming in. There is a little bit of an advanced position for Nickelback, but he totally gets caught off guard. Travis has cut one off of the backside, but they are still looking damn good here in the 2 versus 2, keeping those CTs at bay. No utility remaining for the T side to continue that on, though, so we'll see what the retake looks like. There is a couple of kits available here. Where are the frags going to come in, though? That is the key question. It's such a difficult post plant to break apart on that A bomb site once it is already set up. Boom, it's just moving through slowly but surely, trying to pair up with his teammate. Not going to happen, though. They just get mowed down. Like I said, so hard to deal with. and 6 rounds now in a row for Sangal.
This is just cracking Counter-Strike, right? Everything that OneWin are throwing at Sangal right now, nothing's sticking. We were asking questions about how the Sangal side are going to bounce back into kind of the middle part of 2023. And right now, looking pretty damn good. If they can make a deep run in the ESL Challenger League, this once again kind of lights the flame in towards the argument that this side being very solid and being a pretty capable side coming through. A pause to be called. You can expect this by OneWin. And you can see why this is not good Counter-Strike. Right now, they're struggling. They have got no control over this game. And Sangal putting up a little bit of a clinic on that C side. All picked up, dropped over towards Panics. Of course, as you could expect, the buy over towards OneWin. Going to be slightly janky, but they can force buy in. I'd be very surprised if they don't. Nickelback's got nearly 7k. Travis got 5k. Forrest already bought. He had 4.5 to work with. They've got money. That's the big port of call here. How are they going to make it work? Nickelback and Boomich down into slightly lesser investments, but the AWP in play for Deco. That's important. They got to get this youngster firing on all cylinders. If Deco starts to find form with the AWP, that's when Sangal might be in a spot of bother. Now, though, so far so good. Nothing to complain about.
Yeah, looking really good, to be honest with you. And this is very impressive stuff. I think that, OneWin, we're maybe expecting to come into this one as the clear favorite. We talked about that a decent amount, and individually they have a much better team. Nickelback, one of the best in-game leaders at this level. Deco, one of the up-and-coming AWPers, and Forrest has been a guy that's been talked about for a long time on the rifle. So, expecting big things out of him. He's a little quiet into this one so far, but hopefully that changes for the OneWin side. At the moment, they're all pretty quiet because they don't have a single round. Nonetheless, we'll see what Sangal have got up their sleeve. It starts to get harder and harder the deeper they go into this one-sided affair that they're currently having.
Pop shot coming through. Deco just going to fall away. Smoke will come down. He'll reposition. Just keeping Sangal in their place. Just not allowing them do anything too audacious over towards B. And actually sort of trying to force them in a rotation back over towards A. Which actually wouldn't be a bad call. Only 2 players here. And a Boomich with just an MP9. Could be a bit of a problem. We'll see. But they're still committed towards this B here.
In they will go. Utility over the top. There will be a quick rotation here from Nickelback, so going to be very scary to get through here. Going to try and get aggressive as Soulfly gets absolutely mowed down. Deco has found one with the AWP as well, hidden away towards the dark area. QB is lurking around towards the A side of things, but is that really all that useful? The B execute has fallen apart. There's no time to get the bomb down, and OneWin will finally be on the board.
Yeah, it took a while, right? I think it actually came down to Sangal just being a little bit stubborn, maybe you could put it, in their ways, right? They had rotated back over towards A. I think they would have got into a lot of success there. There was only Boomich with the MP9 and one of those M4s sticking around. They could have just overwhelmed the site, but they kept in their position. They kept in their place. They themselves got overwhelmed, and finally, OneWin find that first round. Is this going to be the catalyst to further success? Who knows, but it needs to be, to say the least. Right now, this game already seems like it's slightly slipping away from them. They need to kickstart their repertoire. So let's see. Alex in the AWP holding for a crossover towards window. Not being given anything just yet. OneWin now starting to look and play with a little bit more bravado, a little bit more confidence, which is good to see.
Oh, Forrest has been looking for that for quite a few rounds, and he will finally get it done in a pretty important round to find an opener in as well. So fair play, fair credit. Can they roll with the man advantage that they've now found themselves? Mid utility coming in, ineffective against Forrester, and he will find himself another kill. The AWP does manage to land one. Corey trying to go crazy. It's not quite coming off now, is it? Panics. He's retrieved an AWP here and going to try and make it work, but he's got, of course, 4 more to get through, and that surely is not going to happen for him.
Panics, can he keep hold of it? That's the big question. Especially considering and having an AWP in play would be huge for them. He's starting to be swarmed, though. They know where he is, of course, and he's got so much time to burn to keep this alive. He can't rotate away. There's nowhere he can go. Forrest is waiting to rotate in as well. Easy, easy done. They could double AWP if they want to. I don't think it's really a necessity over towards the CT side. And finally, OneWin is starting to find some form. It was a long time coming. It looked like things were getting a little bit shaky. with Sangal running away. And now this is starting to look a little bit more competitive. One win we saw us at the RMR. We've seen this at previous tournaments from them. They're a slow start inside at times. But at the very least, now we can start to build up their storyline of, well, at least be remaining somewhat competitive. And then, of course, the other side, we can start even looking into if they're able to make this map successful, who knows what happens to the entire series.
Indeed, sir. Very true. Could become a difficult story quite quickly. So, what does the recovery look like here? At the moment, you are not expecting it to look fantastic. Deco getting activated in some of the recent rounds as well is a really scary prospect. He continues to do so as he opens up into this one and maybe setting Nickel back up as well. They might think that Long is completely clear now, and that would be the wrong call. Banana looks scary as well. Great flash around for Deco to make a solo play, and he just is not missing right now. Boomich opens up in Banana, and that leaves Corey no longer with a head. 3 rounds on the board for 1 win.
And that's exactly what we were saying, right? You've got to get Deco firing in all cylinders. You've got to get this guy starting to, find his form and get into positions where things are looking really good. And if you get Deco activated, you get him online, get all the gears going, things do become pretty damn uncomfortable. That's what we love to see. Now 1 win in a very strong position. Sangal down to a low buy for essentially the first time so far on the T side. Already looking a lot better. Run boost missed, but Deco does not care. In towards me, an easy kill for him. Looking for more as well. He's happy to duel these pistols.
Just about. Nothing too aggressive coming in from the rest of the pistols so far. Just hanging back. This is the thing about 1 win, man. This is what I was talking about. Those individuals may take a bit of time into a map that they are less comfortable on, but they really can start putting up a brick wall, and I think we have to worry for Sangal if they can't figure this one out fast. 1 winner in prime position with the members that they have to just shut things down.
Couple of shots going through pretty comfortably. Over towards 1 win. Now they got the AKs to work with as well. It does make them even more scary. Eagle pop shots. He's trained on the angle with the pre-fire. He's not actually hitting the shot. Should be pretty comfortable. Sangal down to just 3. These pistols should be 6 feet under in a few mere moments. And once again, we're back in towards a full buy coming through. Okay, panics. That is not a bad shot at all. No shot. No way.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Orb retrieved. The one thing is the fact that these players pushing down mid just going to make it very difficult to get the bomb back. They now have that bomb control. They might not realize it, but with only 20 seconds to go, the round is pretty much over. Just looking for damage control at the moment on the 1 win side, and they will get full damage control. In fact, not going to lose anyone else. Can they get the AWP back? Yes, they can. Nickelback, he retrieves it. So, continuing the on-the-trot rounds here. 1 win looking very strong indeed. And Sangal, as I said, if they can't get this rifle here, maybe they do start to worry about their longevity on the T side.
That's it. That is it. 2 rounds, the difference. And of course, now things once again looking very competitive. Sangal are asking questions about them on the T side. They've got to start to find form themselves. Can they make this one stick? Oh, but Deco in and around the smoke will find the opener once again. They cannot keep up with him. Deco started to fire on all cylinders.
Uh-oh. Very, very scary indeed. Travis going to hold the line in towards Banana as well. The Banana hold looks pretty solid there as they've got a player in deep. No real chance to find anything. 5 on 3. And Sangal, it's all falling apart. They tried to get aggressive. They tried to, be proactive, do something different with the round. And usually that is a good thing. But they just could not make it work. And they end up losing a vast amount of control because of it.
1-1 now. Rotation coming back over towards B. Sangal down to just 3. And this is a horrible predicament for them to be in. 2 AKs and AWP. Try and make this one work. A smoke coming through over towards Long to kind of keep the attention there, but it seems like 1 win aren't falling for it. Gonna peek down, trying towards mid. Nobody's there. They now know it's going towards B. Look at the rotation. Already called immediately. This one's done. Sangal, they've got no clue. They're getting completely pinted in towards Banana. And it's all falling apart. Time's ticking. Nickelback finds, well, 1.5 kills. Strong left on 2 points of HP. But this one's done.
"15 seconds. Becomes a mission about holding on to the weaponry that they have. Panics continues to dig, though. Just for 1 kill. Just to have some impact in the round. Oh, and Boomich might give it to him. Yes, indeed he does. So, down goes Boomich. There is that at the very least. But round itself, obviously, goes the way of 1 win, not a chance. As Sangal, they are very much stuck now. And very scarily stuck. 5 in a row. The gap closing incredibly fast from 1 win.
I gotta say, this is pretty worrying times. Now, on the flip side, it's started off so well towards Sangal. We're asking a lot of questions towards 1 win, and now it is most definitely vice versa. Not a position you want to be in. Sangal, ST side looking lackluster. And the way 1 win are playing right now, they're in no mood to lose at all. Full investment coming through for the T side. Not actually brought all too much to the table. AWP. Galil and an AK, supported by a Mac-10 and a Deeg.
Early utility out from both sides over on this A side of things. Sangal playing a pretty far back default, not really giving their game away too much. Very hidden. And very difficult to read into. 1 win at the same time. They are playing 4 towards that A side of things. So Sangal might be walking into the trap here if they're not careful.
Panics. Leading the charge of the AWP. One just had to meet him as that smoke dissipates. Oh, it's all down to Boomich here. He can get away with murder. One at range will be a freebie. Corey up close. He sees the boost. Now there's multiple bodies here. And look at the wrap already coming through. But QB's holding for it. On his way out to spot a few.
Nice find from Panics. Will be traded back immediately by Travis, though. What is the move here? They're going to go towards that A side of things. And where is Travis is the big question. He's going to be out towards middle here in a bit of an off angle. Finds all 3 of them. Travis mows them all down and holds the line for 1 win.
6 all as well. What a resurgence. What a performance from 1 win. 6 rounds in a row. It's exactly what you want to be seeing. Consistency coming out of the side, showing their elite level. And some of these individuals really stepped up to the plate. Travis and Deco especially, 13 and 11 kills respectively. These 2 are farming. And you can just see how confident they are. You know, their ability to kind of take mid and get reads on Sangal. It just shows how confident. They're happy to take fights. Happy to rely on the mechanical prowess. Sangal starting to be flustered just a tad, but just as I say that, so far they're taking it up close and personal, getting right in the face of Boomich.
Deadly stuff. Flash coming round here, just to give some control back towards the 1 win side of things. But Sangal, they are fully out. They have fully bailed on this one, mate. They are looking towards that A side of things instead.
Let's see. Rotation coming through. As Forrester just going to make sure that long rotate doesn't catch up on him. They hear a lot of this information. Decker holding a very close angle. If anyone's going to hit it, it would be him. Drops an aid of his own. It would just fall away. Bit of damage on towards the pistol. So far, in a bit of a precarious spot. Rap coming through in one skim. We spoke about Forrest over towards long. He should get away with a bit of a freebie there.
Certainly looking that way. Forrester. Ooh, tough spray down for him, but he does get it done. 30 seconds remaining. Decision to be made by Sangal. They have ebbed and flowed, backed and forthed it. Deco nearly caught out towards middle. Might have had a better chance if he had the AWP out there, but instead going for the USP. See, I told you. Get the AWP in action. And this guy is pretty unstoppable as he finds another one. Can Panics take him down with the Deagle? He's left on 12 HP. Certainly is doable. What a no-scope from Deco. Oh my goodness. These rounds are getting crazier and crazier.
And it's just Deco things. I mean, this guy is just an animal. What a performance we're seeing from him right now. 14 kills to his name as 1 win, up to 7, and which is in a row as well. When does Sangal call another pause? This is already starting to escape them, although they just play in towards the halfway mark and kind of just give up this T side. It's quite simply been not good enough. Worrying signs. Full buy coming through. Failure to convert here for Sangal means they'll have no funds to work with, really, in towards the 15th and final round of the half. Just whatever they got in terms of loss bonus, which will be about 3.4k. Be able to muster a buy, but it won't be a comfy one. And Deco finds the opener. No surprise or shock to anybody.
Yeah, he's looked absolutely unstoppable. Took him some time to get into things for sure, but 15 and 8 right now. Absolutely incredible stuff. Forrester will get caught, but Deco gets a collapse. What is going on with this guy right now? Oh my goodness. Crazy no-scope in the previous round. Collateral in this one. Unreal. Absolutely unreal.
Oh, it's ridiculous from him right now. This individual is on fire. They just cannot seem to keep him at bay. No smoking towards Divider. This could get a little bit shaky. Gun barrel spotted. Easiest kill of his life for Travis. Deco finally put 6 feet under. He's already done his job. 3 kills to his name. This round, up in flames. What do they do here? Panics. Saving would be the right call, but it's most definitely easier said than done.
Certainly is a pretty impossible one for him, especially now with the time, to be honest. He needed some time to be able to maneuver around and keep them guessing, but does not get it, so just going to have to back away and save the AWP into the next round. This is really incredible stuff from 1 win so far, as they have turned this half around. It looked pretty dire for a second. 6 in a row from Sangal, but that was quite a while ago now, because it's been 8 in a row from 1 win.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it. 8 rounds in a row, mate. I mean, that is just ridiculous. We said for Sangal that loss bonus alone will kind of keep them alive, so they will have a buy until the 15th and final, but it's not been good Counter-Strike for, well, the last 8 rounds, because they've all gone the way of 1 win. They cannot seem to find a gap in this armor. Credit, though. And the big thing and the worrying thing for me about Sangal is they've allowed the individuals over towards 1 win to start getting confident. When you make them uncomfortable, that's when they're super beatable. They're very malleable and towards your playstyle. When you allow them to just get super fluid and play their game, it can be a brutal side to come against. Smoke will come through, panics. Limited in terms of his space. The bomb's still looking like it wants to commit over towards A. Which actually right now would be the wrong call. 3 bodies over here. And they're happy to play things slow.
Yeah, really slow. I think they almost become readable in some situations. I think that's been one of the big problems, is that they are a little easier to work around. Soulfly, though, playing an individual game there. Nothing too thought out. Will manage to find a kill onto Boomich, putting pressure on the B-bomb site. Traded back, kept into a 4-on-4 by, of course, none other than Deco. So what does Sangal do now?
All goes on the quiet side. Numbers the same, right? And that's what matters most. As we like to say, the age-old anecdote, trades traditionally benefit the T side. Forest are rotating over towards A just in the nick of time as well. Couple of pop shots with the smoke. Sangal not committed. They're going to leave one lurking over towards B. Out of Corey. This is going to be a bit of a pog. Caught crossing potentially. He still gets one. That's the main thing. Strunk will find the trade. AK scooped up as well. Deco close and personal. These close range angles is where he does his best work.
Deadly stuff on the Deagle. Going to drop the bomb with only 10 seconds remaining as well. Now puts Panics under a lot of pressure. Deco gets a flash in, trying to find it once again. Not going to happen for him, but they really are messed up over here on the Sangal side of things. It's just going to be Panics left, and he really does not have a good position. Misses out on the flick. Travis takes him down. And that is 9-6 at the turn of the half. 9 in a row coming in from 1 win. What a turnaround. They will take the lead, and we'll see what they can do in the second half.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, wonderful people. We are here with the second half, of course. One win. They are absolutely rolling through this one. Deco, in particular, farming out here. Travis not too far behind him. So we talked about those individuals of one win being pretty damn scary, and it seems like they are living up to the prophecy.
My God. Yeah, this has been a bit of a massacre. I mean, what have you seen so far? It's been 9 rounds in a row from one win. Talk about consistency at an elite level. As a personal, needs to kickstart things well. Sangal, not a great start as well. Panic's down to 3 points of HP.
Little rough, little tough. Out comes the utility, though. They're going to go flying in on that one-win side of things. Panics gets dealt with. And there's not really anybody else available on that CT side to put a stop to things. They, unfortunately, were playing the worst setup against it. 3 on B, 1 on the A bomb site itself. So a flying burst from the apartments is exactly what the doctor ordered, and one win will read into it. Big deal here if they can get this pistol cleanly now, and it looks like that is indeed what they're going to do. Deco finds himself a double the Glock. Corey's left incredibly low. There is a kit available, but they don't have a lot of time on their hands, and they actually kind of know that. They're going to bail on this and just take what they have into the next round if they can. Yubi can't survive. Corey is miles away, so he will be able to take what he has, but the round itself going to go the way of one win, and you would assume they will make them their way up to 12 rounds now on the one-win side.
Yeah, exactly that. See, side starting well on the hunting side. Just insult to injury. Make sure Corey has nothing on the way out. There was, essentially no need for that, right? I mean, the grand scheme. But One win. You may as well. Salt in the wounds. 10 rounds in a row. We're going to continue to say this because it is monumental stuff. And of course, to reiterate, this is Sangal's map pick. Not the greatest start, of course. Standard meta for them, force buying in towards the second round. Scout for Panic just pistols alongside him. Hoping he can do the old tag and bag. And well, there's the tag. Hoping the pistols can see off Travis. That Dink will come through as well.
Decent damage to open up. Tiny bit of nade damage done onto Boomich, but they are giving a lot of control across to One Win. That's one of the things. And again, if One Win, the type of team allowed to play their own game, they really can take you downtown. So you've got to, yes, indeed, respect them, but maybe not respect them too much because they will run away with a game like that. And, well, Sangal have given them a lot of space in this round, not really battling, not really fighting them at all, just hoping that the pistols and the setup will be enough to steal away this force buy. But let me tell you, my friends, it is easier said than done than that. So I'm going to tell on this one. Skrunk left incredibly low. Oh, this does look a little dangerous, to be fair. Oh, Forrester, he knows what's up. Goes flying in, finds QB. That's maybe the opener that they were indeed looking for. Forrester down for another. And the round secured as they make their way in towards A.
One will go down after the flames subside. There we go. Of course, that's going to be 11th on the board. This is just being absolute domination. Things started so well in towards this game for Sangal. 6 in a row. It was looking like finally they were back to their winning ways. My God, how quickly things have gone south for them. There's a world in time where we can start talking about anything that Sangal brings to the table is too little too late in this game. One winner so close to the finish line already. They're going to find 11th here. They should find a 12th as well off the back of it. It's a flawless round for them to find their 11th. And, of course, to add to it, with Sangal, this being a full investment, they're going to have no money to work with in towards the next. Everything's going south, is what we have to say. There is no positives, no silver linings over towards Sangal, apart from the fact that they've got a scout to work with in towards the next round. Not a position you want to be in at all. This is a struggling side, and it seems like they've hit this absolute mental blockade where they just do not know what to do, how to overcome the situation that they are in right now. It's a brutal position to be in. 11-6, 5 rounds the lead. 11 in a row. It should be made 12 in just a mere moments. As we said, that was flawless. One win. They don't even have to reinvest in towards this next round.
Nice pickup from Boomich. We'll give them a lot of room to work with. They'll just be able to play with that advantage now. I feel like they're actually sticking towards this B-bomb site as well, which is indeed the correct call. Deco looking for another frag out towards A, but nothing on the way just yet. Life looking very, very good. One win, indeed, thinking about the future here as they want to move forward into that next round and ultimately start to look like they're going to steal away the map pick here. Really, really scary stuff. Sangal are going to have to prove to us that they have indeed got it in the locker with, 23 maps played or whatever. They should be in a position where they've been on a fair few comebacks, but on win, run rings around them a little. Nice isolation kill from Skrunk, to be fair to him. The double dink can often be hard to hit on the USP, but not going to result in anything too crazy.
And it's just nothing more than a consolation. If they can get a couple more, that'd be nice. P250. Drop to the hands of Forrester. Simple stuff, and the likes of QB. Keep that scout in play. See if you can get a couple of kills with it, maybe on the way out. If anyone exits your way, try and punish them. I don't think that's going to be the case. What a performance. What a clinic from One Win, both now on the CT and the T side. But you're seeing his ability to dominate and control games. It's cracking stuff. It really is solid work. Nothing will be saved as well, just to make matters even worse. Sangal, at the very least, sort of a full buy to work with in towards the next. And this is a must convert. If One Win find 13 here, it's games in a match. And then to add to the fact that One Win have got Mirage up next in the chopping block for them. Oh, it is very concerning times in the Sangal camp. They're getting absolutely obliterated right now. Into round number 19, we would usually condone this as being what we class a bonus buy for One Win. If they make this one stick, definitely game set.
Very true indeed. So yeah, the pressure is on Sangal very quickly into the second half and very quickly into, you know, the big round of the rifle buy. Could start to see the end of this game if they are not careful. I think that's ultimately what we are getting at. So, putting their best foot forward here on the CT end of thing, a boost up for Soulfly. Certainly been struggling a little bit, so hopefully he can pick up his performance here.
Very quiet, very slow. Scrunk. Just deciding what he wants to drop. It's going to be the smoke coming through towards the front side. A lot of units are coming over. And actually, the smoke might be a little bit too little, too late. Soulfly from above needs multi-frags here. We'll find the first and Scrunk combined. That's what we need to see. That's a crossfire for you. But it's already been picked apart by Deco.
This guy is absolutely flying right now. Forrester going to be above the smoke as well. Panic's not respecting that at all. 3 versus 2. Very quickly falling apart. Nice trade from QB here. Does give them a chance back into the round. I believe there is a kit dropped. Yeah, there is a kit dropped into the pool area. Corey, meanwhile, can't deal with the off angle. That was the big one, I think. And that might start to see the end of this round. Double Peak comes in. See you next week. 13 for 1 win, and the game looking like it is all but over.
Biggest spots on my ice. I don't think there's any world in which Sangal can get back into this. They are getting absolutely obliterated right now. It's one-sided. There's just no competition. And mentally, Sangal look checked out of Inferno. It's their map pick, and they are just unable to compete right now. That is the story about what 1 win can do to you as a side. Brilliant stuff. Amazing work as well. Let's see. The buy for Sangal is just a mere mag 7. And a few pistols to try and make this one work. Nate coming over. Soulfly up close and personal. He's got an inkling. Boomich knows, but it does not matter. All right, Soulfly. Not a bad shot.
Bit dirty. 5-7, of course. Always a classic. Always good for 1, as we like to say here on our streams. But yeah, we'll see, man. This is looking like another opportunity for Sangal to wrestle back into the game. If they can maybe make the AK sing, if they can make some of their positional advantages sing as well. Look at QB here with the mag 7. Oh, it does let him down for 1. However, Panic's coming in with a kill of his own. Trades do come back through for that T side, but thanks to the isolated kill in Banana, they actually have the man advantage on the Sangal side of things. Then now they're going to start to recover some rifles back as well. Really scary prospect. I like the breaks to be full. Oh no, nearly the spray transfer coming in, but it is set up nicely enough in the end for Soulfly, and a big round for Sangal to take.
Oh, well, they needed something. They just needed to alleviate some of the pressure, but it's going to be no problems for 1 win to reinvest in. We already mentioned about half of them. Money was not an issue at all. Full buy to come right back through. Nickel back. Questioning what he's got. He's got an AK on the floor, so okay. Sangal finally finding around. Finally starting to have a little bit of success off the back of what was a bit of a weird one. But they'll take them all the same. Anything to make this a little bit of an easier position. No banana control seems to be the cause of both these two sides. Happy to give it up to the fact of nades. As 1 win starts to close down a bit of space. Sangal respecting it and just falling back towards site.
Top angle for QB. Gonna find the double, in fact. Beautiful stuff on that pre-fire especially. So here we go. A turnaround for Sangal perhaps coming in. Orb gets taken down though. Panic's giving his life away. Not so sure about that one. I'm sure he will be frustrated with it. Maybe gives an opportunity for 1 win to regain some ground.
Yeah, let's see. So far, so slow, I guess, for 1 win, where for them, numbers' advantage always makes us a little bit of an uncomfortable position. It's just quiet at the moment. Because I'm going to you two as well. 1 win off the back of it, going to double away. It's all a fate. They're going towards A. They're going to pop out of apps. Time's ticking. They got to go here and now. Does Deco clear it? The answer's no, but a laboured spray gets punished.
It's a big deal. Got to take down this player on the site pretty quickly. Molotov comes in. Corey finds 1 before falling. And that means this is going to be a tough one for Boomich. On plant coming in. Doesn't really matter at this point. Needs to be winning the round, and I think he knows it. In towards the site, he's got no idea where they're coming from, and I think, ooh, might just lose his life. I think he makes it around the corner. No, they've spotted him. They've spotted him. He sprays down the first. 2 HP, and the hole going to come through from Scrunk. Unfortunate for Boomich. I don't even know if he's really heard it at that distance. We'll have to give the round away, and it's another one there for Sangal.
Yeah, a little bit shaky. A bit uncomfortable at times. At the very least, now, Sangal finally finding a bit of success. That's all that matters. It has been pretty janky CS at times, but they'll take anything. They'll make anything work if they can. Question is, of course, can they keep it up? There's a lot more that they have to get before we even get remotely comfortable. So once again, the question is, we'll see. 5 rounds is the gap. 1 win, potentially losing this round would force them into a little bit of an uncomfortable bye. Deco and Nickelback would be alright, but Umich, Trav, Forrester, all down to slightly limited funds, and that's where things could work for them. So we'll wait and see. At least Sangal, for the first time in a long time, finding some form of some success to talk about.
Oh, big nade. Great opener for the Sangal camp. Booster's been red. Boomich will be... he's going to be traded out, though. I was going to say he was making ground there on the B-bomb side, but very quickly dealt with, unfortunately, for the side of 1 win. Not really... You would think going to be able to do too much with it, but they're going to try. They are certainly going to try. Utility coming over the top here. What can Scrunk get done? He's got a smoke down to try and work with as well. Sneaky spot to hide in over the back pillar. Flash comes round. Easy frag. And now the man advantage. Very solid indeed for the Sangal side. Scrunk continuing to stay alive at the back end of the site. QB takes out Deco. Forrester, a hard fight for him to win. And he will now be left alone. An even harder one to get here against 3. Not going to happen for him. And this gap is closing fast. 1 win, I think, have got to worry ever so slightly. Maybe take a timeout.
Yeah, there's been a few moments, and this seems like a bit of a problem with some of these tier 2 teams, in quotation marks there, where we look at their inability to close out games. Again, we saw this sort of thing happen at the RMR, and with 1 win especially, right? They have had their moments where they've been in control of a game, been leading, but their inability to close out some of these games does make things somewhat problematic. We're going to see exactly that, right? You said we're calling for a pause to come through for 1 win. And that's exactly what we're going to get. Bit of a breather, bit of a break. See whether they can make this one, complete. See it off, right? See off their opponent's map pick. Go in towards Mirage with heaps of confidence. And set up the narrative, of course, with the potential of a 2-0. Round number 23 gets underway. The buy for that T side, of course, as you would expect, somewhat on the limited side. But Nickelback is actually going to go in towards a hero AK. So that itself is pretty interesting. Let's see. And he's opting to keep hold of it rather than maybe give it over to the likes of a Deco or a Trav, who've been playing really, really well. Boomich, a big investment for him as well. P50, a lot of armor, leaves him running 1.2k in the back pockets.
Yeah, very true. Maybe a bit of an oversight coming through from the big man. So we'll see whether that comes back to bite him in the backside in the future rounds. But for now, 1 win, not really expecting too much out of them. We'll see what the game plan is moving forwards. They've gotten themselves some brackets control to work with. The question now remains, where do they go from here?
A couple of pop shots just to, I guess, give a bit of a warning. A couple of warning shots. Flash comes over. Panic's forced off the angle. Molotov will come through as well. And now they can't go anywhere. They can't even push through the molly to wrap in towards that of the CT wrapper. They will be caught. So they're forced to go back over towards B, and they're going to go straight towards the meat grinder. Nickelback sticking around with the AK, though, and making it expensive for a double. Hang on a second. Corey could be caught off. Oh, this is messy, and he will fall. Now the B side's open.
Such a big deal here. They're going to go off the back of a flashbang. Scrunk has potential to really wrestle the round back. The smoke comes in. It's a little late, and they will lose Boomich for the trouble. They have won the B-bomb site. But at what cost is the big question. Oh, lovely nade coming round. And now this should be very doable indeed. 2-on-2. They're incredibly low on that T side of things. Trying to play cheeky around the smoke. QB is so ready, and he will get the double spray down quite easily. Oh, man. Dicey for a moment, but they could not get it over the line on that 1-win side.
Yeah, it's shaky. But the main thing as well is considering the buy that they had to work with, it's not actually all that bad over towards 1-win. A bomb plant, 3 kills. Not actually the worst round in the world for them. But, like we said, their inability to close out this game is starting to really come to fruition. Only 3 rounds the gap now. Is definitely getting on the side of being slightly close. So, we wait, we see. As the full buy does come back out for 1-win. Deco in towards the AWP. He's hunting for that 30 bomb. Getting pretty damn close to it as well. You see the rest of the team step up and join him. Alongside Boomich, only on 11 kills. And we said he's no longer the caller, right? So we're looking at this guy in terms of his rifling prowess. And he's been struggling to have impact in this game.
Nades going round. We'll do some damage toward Panics. Looking to find the opening frag, maybe. Oh, Boomich thinking about it, but they call it off. They will be headed towards the safe bomb site instead. There's a boost up to deal with. Corey, pretty scary spot. He's actually going to bail off of it. Not feeling too confident with it, apparently. So 1-win will have an easier time of taking mid than they first thought.
These are coming through, trying to get some space to work with. Right now, Corey's going to be that first point of contact, it seems. Unless Scrunk swings on the back of the Flames, swinging through. He doesn't catch any of them. They fall away through the smoke. Corey actually gets quite unfortunate there.
He does indeed. He does indeed. Things get away from him ever so slightly. Forrester's the... one that's seen some damage. Deco should have had that frag. Caught sleeping. Caught fast asleep. And that is a big deal for Sangal to maintain control of this round. The bomb, meanwhile, will make its way back up towards the A-bomb site. They had decided to go B and then decided to bail on it. They're a bit all over the place, maybe. Great contact flash comes around, though. 2 quick kills. QB only good for the 1. And now, Soulfly and Panics have to save the day.
They might even not give it a go, right? That's kind of the standard call normally. Just go for a save, and I think I'd be very surprised if they even give this a go. It is looking like they can have a look in, though. Soulfly. First one to call is fun. Nickelback tucks in towards that corner. It's always difficult. Swing on the back of contact. It's simple Counter-Strike. It's easy Counter-Strike. And that's it. Panics wants nothing to do with this. He'll hold for exit, see if anyone comes his way, which he'll get. But it's only nothing more than a consolation kill. The other 2 will exit out very safely down towards mid. Nobody's near them. And the question is, in fact, actually, will Forrester find anything on the way out? He's looking to have a... see if Panics will come his way. Would it want to happen? There it is, finally, for the first time in a while. 1-win on final round on that T side, up to 14. And getting closer and closer to that old finish line. Yeah, definitely has been elusive at times to get towards that 16. They've been sort of just about escaping it. Now, finally, we feel a little bit more confident about them. Up another pause to come through Sangal, an opportunity for them to have a conversation here. But time is starting to wear thin. And they know they're on it. They're in a spot of bother. They know they're in some slight trouble, to say the least. This one's starting to get somewhat uncomfortable for them. 2 more rounds is all the 1-win need. And the buy for Sangal is going to be pretty brutal, to say the least.
Yeah, rough stuff, man. Looking to run it back and looking to keep as competitive as possible. We did say that this was pretty much a must-win. We got Mirage coming up next, as you can see in the top right there, and 1-win, 91% win rate on that map.
Yeah.
Which is filthy. So you don't really see Sangal taking it there, to be honest with you. And it's not a fantastic map for Sangal, so, you know, it's extra difficult. So really going to be a challenge if they lose this map here as well. We could be looking down the barrel of a 2-0 quite easily. So, yeah, you can see why they take the time out. The pressure is most certainly on.
Utah coming through. Just going to pop towards there. They're going to go fast there. Corey flashes to the angle. Already, things looking very dicey. Nickelback holding for rotations. They dropped a lot of util there, but OneWin don't really fully commit.
Little bit weird. They have had some, guess type rounds where they're unsure of, how they're moving in. And it will cost them in this one as well. Panic's going to open up quite early on. And that is a big, big deal with the Sangal buy.
Taking around. On towards site as well. Forrester. A little late, but we'll get the kill nonetheless. That's important. Looking for more as well, and they'll find it. This is now the OneWin clinic that we've spoken so fondly about. And a missed shot by Panic to keep him at bay.
All right, let's see. 2 players in towards the pit area could be very deadly indeed. They're not going to fully check it. Corey comes away with one. There's another one to deal with, though, in the form of QB. He's only got a deagle, however. Certainly a difficult weapon to use at this range, and he will get taken down. It seems like they have weathered the storm. Just Panics nearly in with a chance to deny the bomb plant, but he wasn't there quite fast enough, and now has 2 to get through, including the AWP of Deco. The 2 heaviest hitters. Okay, not quite sure how that one misses, but it doesn't really matter in the end. Travis finds the frag, and that is map point for OneWin.
Yeah, a slight, CSGO moment, to say the least there, but it happens. No complaints at all. 15 on the board, and I think surely now, game, set, and match, right? Once again, look at that buy for Sangal. Double MP9. Skrunk has got just the USPS and armor, and a Deagle and a 5-7 to try and alleviate some of this pressure. This is a brutal, horrible position to be in, and it's surely all she wrote in towards this map, and potentially even the start of this series as well. So we've already spoken so fondly about OneWin on Mirage. That's up next. Their pick, Sangal's choice of Inferno, has been a bit of a slaughter.
Really disastrous stuff. You've got to bear in mind as well, there was 6 rounds in a row from Sangal to open things up. So since then, they've not really been able to get too much done. Speaking of getting stuff done, we'll see Soulfly come away with an early frag. Boomich, smart move to just get the AKs out of dodge, make sure there's nobody recovering that one. Small tag back onto Soulfly, by the way, by Deco's AWP, but obviously no trade.
Well, what's the plan now? The big thing as well, no AKB are allowed to be scooped up over towards Sangal. I think it's a smart way to do it. Boomich kind of ferrying them back. Just keeping hold of that. And even still, trying to keep them at bay is much easier said than done. Smoke coming through towards CT side. There's 2 players here, both the pistols in a crossfire.
It's fine from Boomich. Where is the trade from Skrunk? He's going to get the smoke down to make life, difficult to find him. Forrester, meanwhile, falls towards the middle area. And that means they're on a bit of a timer here. On the B-bomb site, they are going to get, it's crunch from behind. Nice pickup coming in from Deco, though. Meanwhile, we've had an advanced push in from Boomich here. Easy kill onto Panic's great read. Leave the player on the site. You don't necessarily have to deal with him. But now there's not a lot of time to get this bomb down. If he somehow sneaks in, but he doesn't, it doesn't matter. Deco gets taken out. That's going to be that. And indeed, the finish comes in for OneWin. 16-10. Easy does it. And they will nick away their opponent's map pick.
It's great work, right? I mean, when it comes down to it, it was just solid Counter-Strike from the get-go. That's what we want to see more consistently. I think we can all agree there's a lot of question marks starting to be asked now over towards Data Sangal. Inferno wasn't comfortable. For the vast majority of that map, apart from kind of the 6-0 start that they got up and running, it wasn't great Counter-Strike. OneWin had their number. They had a good read. They understood what they were coming up against and what they should be expecting going forward. And now this series is in jeopardy. We're heading on towards Mirage, a map in which OneWin boasts a very, very respectable win rate on, and it's a map which is very difficult to make your own. But OneWin, they're feared within kind of tier 2 on this map, and rightfully so. I think Sangal in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, really worried for them now, to be honest with you, and I think certainly looking a bit flat. Like I say, they come in with a strong start on that map, but ultimately weren't able to keep it up. And once they got stuck for ideas, they really got stuck. They were kept down by OneWin quite substantially there on Inferno, and a little bit surprising to see in a sense, to be honest with you. A run of rounds on the CT side was all they were able to get, and eventually the OneWin T side overcame them. So really impressive stuff, and now, like you say, moving on to Mirage, things are really worrying. We'll see. You had Deco with 27 kills there, taking over the game. Travis with north of 24 as well. Really, really solid individual performances. And that's what we were talking about. These individuals of one win look a lot better, look a lot stronger than the Sangal side, where Sangal, firepower-wise, do look flat. And I think that map was a good example of that, unfortunately. You know, they're up, not really in the action. A couple of nice moments from Kyubi, but nothing too flashy, nothing too individually strong.
No, I've got to agree. And when you start getting individuals like Deco, who is obviously the main heavy hitter over towards one win, and Travis as well, who is meant to be the big firepower rifler. He's had his moments where he's had the hiccups. He's been a little bit on the quiet side, but that was a good performance from the two main men over towards one win. And even when Boomich is a bit of a slow performance, it doesn't matter because the other two are just so dominant. I don't know about you, mate, but I'm feeling like this one is a 2-0 written all over it.
Yeah, I'm sort of feeling the same, to be quite honest with you. Moving into this map for one win, there should be no world in which they lose it. But we'll see. It is Counter-Strike, and you can never count any teams out, of course, especially here in the ESL Challenger League. Nonetheless, folks, that's going to be us for a little while when we are back. Map 2 getting underway.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
don't speak for a couple of weeks. I'll be in his place till he calls and says he's sorry. This situation's on repeat, just like a scratch on a CD. It just gets deeper when you hit rewind. How many nights will you make this decision? Nights ending tears and it's blurring your vision. You know he don't love you, that you're holding on to. Scream through the phone even though he won't listen. So I'm still at your place, trying to make it okay. He's miles away, I'm left here with you. Say that you just need someone caring for you. When will you see me more than you rescue? I'm feeling kinda used, yeah, like a drug that you take when you're sick of crying all your tears away. Is that all I am? All I want is for you to be happy. You know this ain't healthy. Do I make you happy? How many nights will you make this decision? Nights ending tears and it's blurring your vision. You know he don't love you, what you're holding on to. Scream through the phone even though he won't listen. So I'm still at your place, trying to make it okay. He's miles away, I'm left here with you. Say that you just need someone caring for you. When will you see me more than you rescue? I'm doing everything he doesn't do, but I'm still not enough. Even your parents know I'm good for you, but I'm still not enough. You wanna be done with him, you're stuck with him, 'cause you don't have the guts. And after all I've done, I'm still not enough. Still at your place, trying to make it okay. He's miles away, I'm left here with you. Say that you just need someone caring for you. When will you see me more than you rescue?
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Mirage is our next map, of course. Sangal up against 1win. It was 1win taking the first map, 16-10, as it was kind of a clinic from them, to be honest with you, in that second half especially. But now we move on to their home favourite of Mirage, looking pretty tough here for Sangal. They have to defy the odds massively.
Yeah, no, agreed. This is a map in which is very favourable over towards 1win. It's going to be super difficult for Sangal to flip this one on its head. They may have expected this map coming through, which potentially could have given them time to anti-strat and whatnot, but even still, you just think on a raw kind of pound-for-pound power basis, these two sides is pretty lopsided in terms of where they stand. There's a big flank coming through, though. Corey's got so much information.
I'm scary. Panics. Hiding away at the back end of the site. Strikes up, finds one, looking for more. Can he get it done? They are starting to now surround this bomb site. They're swarming in. The Glocks are doing some damage here, making it look scary. Soulfly with a key frag onto Forrester. Drops the bomb as well, importantly. He will find another. Nickelback leaves Deco to do it all. And they know exactly where he is with the bomb at their feet. This is looking very good for Sangal.
Yeah, the question is, of course, just, well, what now? Already. It has been a pretty damn good round for Sangal. They started well in towards their pick. Deco in a masterclass here, but it's not about to start. There's the first. Even more as well. Time is starting to tick, so you're getting forced in towards engagements. This could actually work in his favor. If he can catch Sangal off guard, they're not exactly in an immaculate crossfire, and they're giving him 1v1s.
What a shot! Oh, he comes close to Cube. He leaves him on 29 HP, but he's not able to take it over the line. And Sangal come away with the pistol, but only just. Deco is still active, still alive. He has certainly not left himself an Inferno, that's for sure, but Sangal, they will take it.
They made things definitely uncomfortable for themselves. Sangal taking a lot of these 1v1s, which most definitely didn't need to be taken. But hey, the main thing, of course, is them finding that opening round. And doing so as well, no bomb plant for 1win means that the cash is pretty limited over there. It's better. So it isn't exactly secure by any means. We're going to see how things continue to pan out right now. I'm not going to get too kind of, sucked in to Sangal doing well, because we did that over towards Inferno. 6-0 start for them, and that went south pretty quickly. So we know how things can go there. We'll be calm and level-headed, at least for the time being. 1win. This is a bit of a throwaway round, though. And the good thing for them is they haven't overly invested in towards this one. They're just playing things, slow, level-headed, have an AK buy to work with in towards round number 3.
See what can get done, though. Deco on the D. Oh, spots him out, but no finisher coming in, unfortunately. Boomich is up close and personal here with the B250. Trying to get a bit cheeky. But Soulfly, in a moment's time, will start to rain holy fire down on them. And that is exactly what happens. QB finding himself a double, just going to be Boomich. And they knew where he was at. Second round in a row. Easy stuff. Once again, Sangal coming away with yet another.
Yeah, as things stand, no complaints there at all. Very comfortable kind of Counter-Strike being played. And, of course, in doing so, now we're asking for more. Can they continue this little run of form, Sangal? We need a much, much better showing from them. A little bit more of a clinic before we even get remotely comfortable. 1 minute towards the AKs. AK's armor, bit of util to work with. This is the true test. How does Sangal fare? How will they fare over towards Mirage? We'll find out here now. Flash will come through. It's looking sticky over towards Panics. He's getting pincered in. But it'll find 1.5.
Yeah, a little bit of a weird exchange here into the underpass, isn't it? Nice spacing from the T side there to make sure that that trade comes in, though. Incredibly important that it does, so they can take the lead in the round. And, of course, with an early rifle buy here, it makes things very difficult for Sangal. Only 2 remaining, and they've got pretty poor weaponry, so not really looking too good at all for Corey and Skrunk.
It's going to be tough. Corey, post up over towards ramp. Everyone goes that way, they're in trouble. I guess pretty unfortunate for him. It's not looking like that's the case so far. Bomb is towards one of the B sites. I'm sure they'll commit sooner rather than later. The 1-win style, of course, pretty traditionally. It's just slow and steady. Even still, the commit looks like a mid over towards B. Already can see Travis getting a lot of info. Nobody's here to meet him. They've wrapped through short as well. Sangal doubled away from the B side, expecting an A hit, and unfortunately, they've called it wrong.
Yeah, it is kind of the RNG of Counter-Strike, the high-level Counter-Strike, right? When you make that stat call, and they will have called the wrong bomb site, unfortunately. Maybe now try and recover things back, pick up the pieces over on B, but I don't think they're going to fully understand how deep in towards B the control is here for the side of Sangal. Ooh, spotted. Maybe if they had a kit, I'd give them a chance. They do indeed have the know-how to find this first frag. Not going to happen, though. The stronger weaponry, Skunk with a nice trade and an AK to recover, but 1win will very quickly get themselves around and make sure that the pressure is on Sangal.
Yeah, the big thing as well is, I guess, for 1win, stay alive with what they've got left. It's been made a little bit expensive in towards this round. That's a silver lining for Sangal, but all things considered, it's 1win. The T side putting up their first round on the board and starting to continue that run of form. And of course, is always going to be the big thing that we're going to look towards. How many rounds can they put up on the board? How many can they continue with that sort of bomb plant and the 2 remaining alive? They should have drops all around. It shouldn't be too problematic. At the very most, or like at worst, I guess a Khalil might have to come into play for Nickelback, but I don't think it's all too problematic. And no, actually, in towards the AK is no issue. Opting for a little bit of a lower util buy for him. All things considered, though, not bad. Not bad at all. Sangal for them. All by back out. That was, generally speaking, a bonus buy. All been playing out for Panics. This is a must convert, though. When we saw as well Sangal in these kind of full buy versus full buy rounds, struggled to find serious impact, especially over towards the CT side of Inferno. So what can they do here?
What can they do here indeed? Corey hidden away towards triple. Pretty pivotal position. Flash comes round, going to leave him incredibly blind, but he is still alive, and he's buying space. He's buying time for his teammates, QB in particular. 4 versus 3, though. Need a trade to come back in for that CT side, and soon need it fast. Boomich, meanwhile, lurking around towards the ladder room, will find Soulfly. So all of a sudden, things falling apart on towards this A-bomb site. The defense can't get it done. They'll try their best to remain alive, but the bomb plant coming in momentarily will mean that things are setting up very nicely indeed for 1win. However, there is an opportunity. Great find from Deco. Leaves it all onto QB, but it's certainly not out of the question. They're very split. Can't really work off of each other incredibly well. And of course, being on low HP, QB could get it. Travis with the off angle, but he does not find the frag. And now Deco has to try and time onto QB. His position has just not been considered at all. Deco gets lucky, if you ask me. But 1win will be happy with the round.
Yeah, that was a shaky round of Counter-Strike coming through from 1win. But like you said, right, all that matters, the main thing, is them finding it, them having that little bit of success. That's all that we really care about. So, all tied square, 2 rounds apiece, but the big thing is for Sangal. That was a full investment, which went south. So it now means that the investment, the money they've got to work with on the limited side. Now, of course, we do ask questions. How are they going to alleviate the pressure in this situation for Sangal? It's going to be a gamble stack towards A little bit of a pyramid over towards Ticket. Let's see if they can make it work.
I love the idea. I don't think it is going to come to fruition, though, Chief. It looks like they're headed towards B instead.
Yeah, you hate to say it. It's a 50-50.
It's how it always goes with these stacks, I swear to God.
No, exactly that. It's a 50-50, right? And it's just one of those things of, unfortunately, get it wrong. And even if they got it right, I think just that range, they would be, they'd be in a bit of a brutal spot, right? Bomb will go down momentarily. Nobody here to meet them and greet them. For Sangal, I mean, the question is, of course, did they even rotate over? Did they even bother? And it's looking like, well, look like they might poke their head over towards a market, see if they can find anything there. The Mark 10 might get a lot of cash, though.
Oh, or not. Unfortunately, hardcore denied. They're looking for a little bit more here, though. Someone might make some cash. Question is who? Travis, so far, is the one that's making all the money. There will be some support coming in from Forrester. So there you go. There are indeed some heavy kill bonuses coming in for 1win. But at the end of the day, we're not expecting Sangal to win that round now, are we?
Yeah, only the one casualty as well. Not all too shabby. And it was a Mac 10. So realistically, Do we care? No, not all that much. So not bad, not bad. On win. Back in their winning ways. Back into their very decent little run of form. 3 rounds in a row now for them. And once again, back into the full buy for Sangal and must convert. They've got to keep this game competitive. They can't let it slip away from them the way that it did towards Inferno.
Corey. Oh, wow, going to get absolutely demolished. Forrester finds his frag onto QB as well. The A-bomb site right for the taking then. They might even just call to save, to be honest. This has happened so fast, so aggressively, and so effectively that Sangal, for my money, have no chance of getting back in. Panix does get a lurker. Ooh, and Skrunk has found Deco. Maybe I was wrong. But we'll see. Very difficult to beat here. Soulfly tries to win his fight out. It's just not going to happen, though, is it? And now I think that seals the deal for this one.
It's looking like it. Travis Saul finds Skrunk on the way out, just to add insult to injury. Paddington and Orp needs to stay alive. That's the big thing. That's the main thing. I think actually should be absolutely fine. No problems are. So, that's 4 on the trot for 1 win. Just so consistent. We talk about how their Mirage is just so scary. It's a prime example of it. Panic's pulling away from the angle at the worst time. I think he should be fine. Potentially to keep that up. Maybe not. The labor spray will see him off, but it'll see him off all the less. That's what matters most. That's a rough one. Nothing safe for Sangal. Back down to, well, mere nothing, really, right? And again, continues to look oh so scary. This game, I know it's early doors into towards Mirage, but it's just feeling pretty jeopardous. Sangal just cannot seem to compete. The full buys are not having the impact that they would hope for. It's getting to the point of being very, very concerning.
Even in these early stages, to be fair. Yeah. Just already the way the rounds are looking for 1 win. We've casted a fair amount of Counter-Strike in our time. And you can definitely tell when a team is just so comfortable when it comes to winning.
For sure.
And I think that is indeed the case here for 1 win.
It's a mismatch right now, isn't it, right? In every sort of facet, not only kind of mechanically, but strategically. And you hate to say it, but it is just a case in point. 1 win, just that step above. If we're considering Sangal a tier 2 team, 1 win or, well, I guess tier 1.5, if you want to say it like that, or tier 3 to tier 2. That's just how things are. 5-7 up close, gets a dink, that's all it gets.
B-bomb site. Looks good here for 1 win. Just got to work their way in nice and slow and roll through the motions. Make sure they don't lose too many players. Skrunk being cheeky on the smoke is going to manage to find 2. He's actually dropped the bomb as well there, so this gets a little worrisome. Goes wide into the AWP, however, and it's all filtered out.
Shots.
Though, maybe has got it back on. Let's see how this one goes. They are somewhat trapped in their positions, and has yet to deal with Panix, who could get a bit weird if he, gets the distractionary play in there for QB to work off of. That's what we're looking for. He will show himself. He will do a lot of damage onto Nickelback, in fact. Can he find the frag? Yes, he can. Glock out for Deco. The AK of Panix gets it done, though. I thought that Deco was going to finish the round, but no. Stolen away at the very last moment, and Panix even recovers the orb. What a ridiculous move from Panix.
How they lost that round? That's a criminal one to lose. 1 win. They just get too confident, too overzealous, and things come back to bite them. That is a brutal one to be losing. You cannot let those sort of rounds happen. I guess credit to Sangal. They never gave up for a second. Playing in and around the smoke, Skrunk just being a nuisance, right? That's just such a brutal one to lose. You just never really expect to happen. And the fact that it has does beg a lot of questions. How they let that one slip. Of course, I guess, will that have a further effect down the line? We'll have to wait and see. But we're going to remember that one. Round number 7 going south in the way it did.
Boomich boosted up. 1 win looking for a quick recovery, I would imagine here. Certainly looking to forget about the bitter round that they have just lost. Things getting somewhat tense as Sangal are in a position where they could possibly take back the lead in a short space of time. So one win are going to have to manage to find this one nice and clean. Toes getting shot off as Nickelback is left on 50 HP from the first exchange.
Hot flash on the corner. Forrester as well, getting a bit of space in towards Close Palace. And speaking of close, up close and personal, Nickelback will find Corey. What a swing.
Oh, Soulfly going to win his fight against Boomich. Relatively big deal, but the kills keep coming in for one win. This is the thing, when the rifles are in play, it's a completely different kettle of fish. Yeah, you can win it with the pistols, but can you replicate that success with the rifle rounds? And so far, not so good for Sangal. They're going to try their damnedest to move in fast, but this is not looking good at all. 3-on-2. Skrunk trying to catch a player off. QB will manage to find Deco. 2 versus 2 then. Now just 1. Forrester against the world. His position going to be somewhat unknown. He's hoping to catch an early frag here. As a nade does come down. Oh, and a great trade from QB lands. Maybe there was a chance for him to hold on. There was, you know, no real kit available here. But Sangal, get it done, recover the round back, and they will find themselves an even up here.
Yeah, that's it. That's the main thing. We were asking questions and begging the questions of, can they replicate on the full buys? Oh, there's the proof in the pudding. Still, you know, not exactly locked and loaded right now, but at the very least, there's more security and confirmation about what Sangal can actually bring to the table. And that's all that we really care about. Can they make themselves a competitive side? Well, right now the answer is yes. It's just about, can they make it consistent? Still, as we've seen from Inferno, it's a big ask for the Sangal roster. At times, they fall very flat. Just struggle to run through the motions. Walking towards mid. Panics. Nice shot from him. We'll find Boomich. Ooh.
Lovely from Deco. Back into a 3 versus 3. Skrunk has to be very careful on the B bomb site. He is alone, and they could certainly take him down in a matter of moments. So, gotta watch themselves. He rings off a few shots, and Nickelback will actually make his way on towards the bomb site, putting, yeah, the panic stations into Skrunk ever so slightly. Nickelback gonna keep flying in. The nade should finish him off, though. It does indeed. And a great lineup from QB in the end to see the round off. 1 win, dropping out on the pistols despite the strong start.
Did look a little bit shaky for a second, at the very least, but no, better. More in control now from Sangal. Keeping things in their favor. That shot through the smoke from Deco was pretty lovely, but it didn't amount to all too much. Sangal in towards the lead and back in towards a nice buy for 1 win. Boomich, the only one not into the full rifle, with just the old Galil. Prioritizing utility. I like the decision. A little bit more of a heads-up play from him. In towards mid as well. A lot of control gain. 1 has, or 2 in fact, have crossed in towards underpass, but Travis will punish. He'll punish both. QB and Skrunk get caught off guard.
Massive frags. Minute and 25 on the clock as well. They both come incredibly early. Sangal were trying to upset the apple cart a little bit, change things up, keep it fresh, but it does not work out for them. Soulfly drop on Boomich. Only the 1 trade for Nickelback. He does indeed get dealt with, so keep it close. Oh, however, Deco coming in. Has to win this fight. He will indeed do so. That was a little close for a second, however. It does not really matter in the end. The fact that he finds the frag means that the round might just be sealed in here. Just panics remaining, and he has no information to work with. Does not realize how deep the player in towards Marketplace is, and I think he will get caught. Yes, he does. That's the round, and 1 win are straight back in with a round of their own.
Yeah, so in a position we're standing right now, a much more competitive display coming through that from the likes of Sangal. Is it going to make a difference overall? We're still yet to feel any sort of proof about it. I don't know, 1 win. You kind of see the way that they run through the motions when it comes towards their T side. They just look a little bit more of that kind of, I guess, comfortable, clean Counter-Strike that we don't see all too often from Sangal. It's sporadic when we see it from Sangal, and that's the big thing that does make you feel a little bit uncomfortable. We'll see. Molotov coming through. Nickelback trying to close down a lot of the space. It's Mac 10 trying to put the pistols under pressure. Might actually find one. Scrum playing around the smoke, though. Alongside Soulfly, will find the opening too.
Again, the pistols doing the work. They are incredibly dangerous, it would seem. Soulfly finds Travis as well. That is a big frag. Bomb goes down. There is no kit. There is very little utility, but we've got some recovered weaponry coming in for the Sangal side of things now. They look very deadly, 4 versus 2. Boost up coming in, has been spotted. Double spray down for Deco, though. They are on top of each other. It gets a bit messy. They're both incredibly low. Still not out of the question for the remaining Sangal boys, but the time getting away from them. Can they find the frags? They get the first. They leave it all onto Deco. He's 4 HP. The bomb not planted for him. Tap and maybe a hold. I'm not sure that he's quite got time over the line. Deco just has to find... Oh, the defuser gets him off it. What a frag to find. Deco has done it. And Sangal will drop the round despite the 4 versus 2.
That's a huge one to be finding. Especially considering that it forces him off the defuse. I mean, realistically, the only thing he could and probably should have done is just stuck it and hope for the best, right? I mean, I think coming off it is not going to make a difference overall. Even if you find the kill, it's kind of a case in a point of who cares right at that point. 1 win up to their 6th. It's another very scrappy round. And that's been the story of Mirage so far. Scrappy, weird Counter-Strike, very chaotic. But for the most part, 1 winner thriving in that chaos, where for Sangal, they're starting to get a little bit flustered, and you can see. Of course, the buy for them in towards this next round going to be somewhat limited. Round 12 is not going to offer all too much for the CT side. It will just be upgraded pistols. I don't think Panic's want to overinvest as well. He wants money for the AWP coming in towards the next. Not too many buys left in towards this half for Sangal. And 1 win. They put up a 9-6 on Inferno and looking to do, well, again, another one of exactly that sort of caliber, if not better.
Well, we're seeing the stack once again towards the toll booth area. We saw this a few rounds ago, and nobody came to A.
Yeah.
So it does make sense that they go for it again. Trying to manifest the A push. You know, I heard that manifestation stuff is quite strong, apparently.
I've heard good things. We'll see. But either way, these pistols, yeah, they're unfortunate. They've got it wrong again. What can you do? It's a gamble. It's normally a 50-50. But the 2 times we've seen it, they've both times gone B.
Unlucky. They might find Forrester, though. He's creeping. Oh, yep. Gonna spot one out and surely knows what's up now as well. He shoulder peeks well enough into it. We'll give that information across to the rest of the team that they can move towards the B side of things as well. So, no stress. Easy does it. Bomb gonna go down. Forrester looking to battle and stay alive, but he can't get it done. That's an AK retrieved for Sangal. They will be happy with their prize. Their trophy of the hunt. But of course, no round.
Yeah. There we go. Well, Nickelback and the MAC-10 continuing to poke and prod. Any more cash in the bank will be lovely. And of course, getting rid of that AK would also be lovely for him. He's made noise now, though. So I think they've got an understanding of where he is. Just a case of, well, can they stop him? Panix has got no armor, and that's going to make this really uncomfortable for him. The MAC-10 can become a bit of an issue. Hot flash on the corner. Doesn't actually catch him. Seems like the flower pot took the brunt of the damage, but he will keep the AK alive just about. Corey falls when Nickelback doesn't mind all too much as well. That's more money in the pocket to him. He has another buy to come through in towards the next. And 1 win, getting closer and closer to guaranteeing that lead at the turn of the half and putting up, you know, if not exactly the same, a better half of what they put up on Inferno. So there's a lot to like. While it's been scrappy, being even at times, now 1 winner starting to have enough of a breathing room where they can feel comfortable. Win this round, and they more or less guarantee kind of potentially 9 at the turn of the half, which is great to see.
Very slow on the upswing here from 1 win. There's that control towards connector, but Corey just goes blindly swinging in. Forrest has worked so hard to get that control, and he's so annoyed that that's the way that he goes down, I'm sure. And for the first time in a little while, we will see Sangal come away with the lead.
Yeah, and now all right. Ollie coming through towards back mid just to try and force someone out of that position. No one's there. I guess, unfortunately for Sangal, they're hoping for another kill to go towards their tally. Now, they haven't got too much of a read. Re-smoke coming through in towards out a window. What's the call here? The bomb's going to try and take mid control. That's where they're going to try and regain some space. It's a bit of a risk, though.
Yeah, it is somewhat of a risk. We'll see. Corey going to take a lot of damage. Is forced away. And not very ready for the hit to come in. Deco finds Panics out on towards the van. So really solid find. Soulfly, though, will cut one off. Kyubi staying alive is so important. Flash comes around from the top, gets himself another, leaving it all onto Deco. Up against 4. Maybe he can do some damage here, but the round itself, surely not, with the bomb being down and now being on low HP as well. They should have his number. Some nice shots. But ultimately, the round goes the way of Sangal, and they will keep this one close.
Even when they lose, right, Deco's still putting up just a clinic. He's so talented mechanically. But Sangal keeping alive, keeping their head just above water. And that's what we want to see most. Of course, the big question is, can they continue it? We have to wait and see. But it still has been a very decent performance from them. Much better than what we saw over towards that of Inferno so far. Just much more competitive. Big nade coming through. Deco into just a scout this time. So already a little bit on the lesser side. We'll see. He can still make things work with it. He can make it sing. It's actually Boomage to kickstart the campaign.
Indeed, kicking things off. Soulfly looking for a trade-out opportunity towards middle. Nothing going to present itself just yet. Boomage might give him an opportunity. They're both looking towards each other, looking to try and get cheeky, but nothing really happening. The nade does some decent damage. As I say, all still here. Oh, Boomage spots him out just before the smoke comes in, though. Big frag. QB with a trade back. Still a 4 versus 3 in favor of 1 win.
Now things are a little bit quiet as well. What's the call to arms? What's the plan of action? Pop Flash in the corner. Trying to rotate them back over towards other B. Trying to kind of beckon in that attention. The numbers favouring 1 win. All they technically have to do is play for the trades, but not give extensions like that. Doesn't matter, Nickelback. What a shot.
Lovely stuff. It's going to open up the A-bomb site. They do have Corey out towards ramp. He could maybe do something wacky here. Gonna look to try and deny the bomb plant away. Can't do that. It's a laboured spray down as well. Oh, and the touchdown nade from Nickelback sees this one go in the way of 1 win, and Skrunk will just back away, tail between legs.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do, really? What can you do? Keep hold of what he's got for Skrunk. Use that in towards what is going to be the 15th and final round, and just hope and pray something can come to life for them. He's being hunted, though. He hears all of this information. Going to try and take a fight. Boomage unaware will fall. So a silver lining for Skrunk. He's going to pick up a kill. 1 win up to 8. Guaranteeing that lead. That's all that matters for them. They're happy to sit where they are right now. Things are looking much, much better. It was still, like we said, chaotic. Pretty close games being played out. This is the control we're looking at. It's a question, though, of can they see it off pretty comfortably 9-6 and do exactly what they did on Inferno? And trying it best they can, kind of mimic that sort of performance. We'll see.
Yeah, and then moving on to their pretty terrifying T side as well, I think. Be a pretty scary prospect. Faster round coming in, at the very least, from Boomage. Maybe thought he had an idea, thought he had a read or something. Don't know. Having a rough game, trying to brute force it. Either way, he goes down immediately.
Yeah, well, Bam coming through the smoke as well off the back of that flash. Still not a lot being given up, though. Happy to continue utilizing this control. It's simple. It's effective Counter-Strike. It's working wonders. And Forrester poking his head up. Well, anything. Double stack under. And he'll spot probably actually only one of the two. But at least it's information nonetheless.
control. What can they do with that? Panics just goes digging in for his frag. Travis, I think, is indeed weary of the fact that there was another one in under anyway. They've lost the bomb. That's kind of the big thing in this round so far. With only 40 seconds remaining, they've got to try and recover that back. And it is certainly an easier prospect than it seems. They will eventually be surrounded here. Deco looking for some quick scopes. Can he get them? Panics, meanwhile, looking for some more frags, and he can certainly get those. Yes, he will. 7 rounds coming in. 8-7 at the turn of the half. Is it enough to work with? 1 win. Maybe not looking as dominant as we expected on this map. We'll find out how things pan out after the break.
Break up, don't speak for a couple of weeks. I'll be in his place till he calls and says he's sorry. This situation's on repeat, just like a scratch on a CD. It just gets deeper when you hit rewind. How many nights will you make this decision? Nights ending tears and he's blurring your vision. You know he don't love you, hurt you holding on to. Scream through the phone even though he won't listen. So who wants to let your place turn
Second half getting underway. No clear victor. One win just squeezing out the lead. But is it going to be enough to work with? Is the key question, of course. Things looking pretty good for Sangal, all things considered. All the scariness of Mirage is certainly not getting to them. And we'll see what their T-side has got on the docket. QB having a hell of a half. We'll see whether he can continue to take over the game. It's going to be an A-hit coming in as they will roll through nice and fast. Panic's going to be the first one to open up. Nickelback with an answer back. A couple answer backs, in fact, from the CT area. Maybe they need a bit more out of him as the rest of the squad is falling in towards this A side of things. Scrunk with a great catch. Brings it down to a 2 versus 2. Travis at range, trying to find more heads, but he's denied away by Corey. And now it's just Forrester. He knows vaguely where the two of them are. The bomb going to bail and maybe try and give that B-bomb site a look in. It is not clear-cut just yet, but it looks like indeed they will try and hit towards B. Forrester could cut them off with a nice reposition.
Yeah, that is the big thing, right? I mean, right now, Forrester's actually got a good read, and he might just get there in time for that bomb to go down. Crossing may have been spotted there. Don't know where the Corey's from. Yeah, he must have. Scrunk holding the angle. Sangal, yet another pistol. I think I'm right saying they're 3 for 4 now across the 2 maps. So, very good pistol side. However, it is still a case and a point of, do we have, I don't know, trust and faith in this side so far to find form going down the line? I don't know. Like we've said, full buys have not been their best friend. We've not seen the consistency come out with them when they're in towards the AKs and the M4s. To wait and see. I'm still not all too kind of locked and loaded for them. But 1 win. They are going to full buy in towards it. Double scout set up, 1 MP9 and a few pistols. Bit of a risky buy, so we'll see.
Always potential with these types of buys, particularly moving in towards the scout. Not going to happen though. Boomich eats a nade here, and he will go down because of it. Back, MP9 not looking too bad. It's the scout of Gecko that comes a little close, but they will clean up house. Just 2 remaining. You have to watch out a little. QB on the third time of asking will take down Travis, leaving just Forrester, of whom they are unsure where he enters from. Panix has got the angle. Okay, going to go down. Reopening the door to the round, and the potential to upset things here.
No.
Okay, going to get another. Leaves it all onto QB, 21 HP. Oh, goodness. And Shadow, I think, could be spotted around the corner, but nobody calling it out. Nobody quite able to see it tap on towards the bomb, and he gets the drop positionally. Thank goodness for Sangal, but as close as it comes.
Yeah, a bit of a the old 4x3 moment there as well, but either way, good effort. Very good effort coming through. Forrester making something of that round, which immediately looked pretty non-existent. Panic's got to be hitting that shot, though, with the Glil, right? When he's holding him over towards ramp, he has to be connecting. At least doing some damage. Getting a little bit shaky there. Thankfully, able to make that one stick. Sangal will claw a lead in their favor. Question of point, of course. Can they continue it? The buy-in towards 1 win minimal, as expected. That was a forced buy-in towards the round prior. They've got no cash to work with, despite how close the round was. So they will just have those upgraded pistols, and they'll have M4s to work with in towards the next round.
$5-7 of Forrester up close on the smoke. Oh, comes away with a double. Oh, my goodness. And, well, he went a little bit too deep in. That could have been something very large indeed. They might just have sorted it out. We'll see how things pan out. But, again, that 5-7... always pesky, always difficult to deal with.
Well, now for Sangal, of course, down 2-3. The pistols making them feel a little bit under pressure. And the bomb actually going to rotate back. But the question is, of course, where are they ending? What's the plan? Where are they looking to go? It's looking like with the bomb rotating away, mid to A might be a call, but they're leaving still one lurking in towards the app's position. Let's see. Panic spotted. And, well, Travis will fall. The window player still hasn't shown his position just yet. Now has 50-50 tapping. Looking for that kill. Just damage so far. The molly should see him off, and it will. Down to now back the numbers in the favor of Sangal. And this round, I think, should be done. It was looking scary, looking a little bit shaky. Now just one towards the site.
Yep. Should be dealt with. Indeed. And now just Boomich in. some decent damage there, and nearly in for a double, in fact, but not going to happen. It opened up incredibly explosively for the side of One Win. Obviously, with the weaponry that they had, they just could not capitalize, unfortunately. So, still good damage, good kill bonuses, all that lovely stuff. See whether they can continue to find that. We are now into the first rifle round. This is where we're expecting One Win to start answering back, because Sangal are in control of the T side so far.
That's it. Let's see. This big full buy coming out the first one. So far for One Win on this CT side, it kind of does feel like, once again, a bit of a must convert. We've spoken about them being very good traditionally on this map. Now it's time to prove it. Mid aggression is the first and foremost point of call. Ollie coming through. QB. Close and personal towards Palace. What is the call now for Sangal? They're already taking chunks of damage. They're getting reads on what's being set up. And Travis had a read on them. He had an understanding.
Decent move. It's a good start for One Win, but they're not quite able to fully capitalize. Boomich up close and personal. Can't deal with Scrunk. Trade from the AWP is there. And thank goodness. But still, an even trade going to leave that A-bomb site very weak indeed. So Sangal maybe have a window of opportunity they can capitalize on here.
Smokes coming through. Standard A utility for Panics. But actually in rotation, Corey caught. Trying to sneak his way in towards window. Pushing the smoke. Soulfire, I like this. It's a ballsy call, but they want to make a difference. Your teammates are getting picked off one by one in a standard Deco way. And time's starting to dwindle as well.
Deco's CT side open man is just absolutely impossible to deal with, and that is once again coming to fruition here in round number 19. Soulfly trying to spot an opportunity. Flash comes in. It does actually blind both of them up. He's able to deal with one. 10 seconds allows the bomb to go down. Soulfly finding another has now indeed made the round possible. Oh, the AWP chiming in as well. No way. Soulfly has fought this one back from the jaws of defeat, leaving One Win with no option but to give the round up. Oh my goodness gracious, what a moment from Soulfly.
Forrester will find one. There's technically speaking still time. The only problem is, of course, no kit is always going to make it awkward. And he can't find the wallbang shot. That'll be it. Just to mention as well, QB 26 and 11. We'd always talk about, Deco doing really well, but QB's absolutely farming right now. Monstrous performance from him. Might be enough as well to keep Sangal above water. 118 ADR from him. This youngster really firing on all cylinders right now. And at times went missing, occasionally over towards Inferno. So really good to see him consistent finding frags. Even when the likes of, Corey's been pretty non-existent. Soulfly and Scrunk quiet at times as well. When you've got QB firing the way he is and Panic's playing well too. One Win just can't seem to keep up. They are going to call for a pause, have a conversation. Feeling a bit of the pressure. Mirage not going as anticipated.
Yeah, they are kind of worried about things, and I do feel that is completely fair enough, especially with the way that previous round goes. It should have been theirs, man. Should have been theirs. They just could not take it over the line, allowed Soulfly to make mincemeat out of them, and that's a really difficult kind of prospect to deal with at the end of the day. Trying to return to form is really quite worrying. Especially now because, you look at the state of the buy and it just is not fantastic. They're probably going to have to, you're not fully conceding the round. Obviously, it's not hard eco where you're like, yeah, absolutely no chance of winning this one. But you know that there is a very realistic chance that you do not win this round. And that's hard to deal with. Deco nearly in for the flick, nearly in for the wrist breaker, but does not happen.
Jumping on the corner. Might be in a little bit of trouble here, Travis. Mac-10 swings, catches him mid-air. Who knows? The matter about mid-air. Right in his face. Makes it a little bit messy. Takes a bit of damage. Find the kill nonetheless. And that's the B-side cracked open.
Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying stuff here. And I think with that bomb going down, probably will look to hold the AWP at the very least. The rest of the weaponry will perhaps try and make its way in. But the round is going to be over on this one, folks. And another one for Sangal. This is looking very, very promising, I can't lie.
a world in which we could be heading towards our decider. We kind of didn't think it was going to be a possibility or happening, but the way they're playing right now, that could be exactly the case. Hunting on the way out, Swanwin trying to find a couple of consolations here. Deco, of course, got an orb to work with. Is the main thing. Keep that alive and kicking in towards the next. And away. Bit messing the way out. The MP9 doesn't find the kill, actually. Will be booming through the smoke. Seeing off. AK upgraded. Silver lining. Sangal, though, 4 rounds ahead of 1win. 4 rounds away from pushing us towards Ancient, our decider. So far, so good. And actually being at times a little bit questionable over towards 1win, which is a surprise to say because, like we've said, this is a map in which is very good for them. On paper, with Inferno going the way of 1win, you just have the expectation it's going to be all said and done. We're going to be heading toward a 2-0 in the series, having a little bit of a quicker day. But Sangal, other ideas right now. And you can see they're putting 1win under pressure. Under the cosh right now. They've got to try and claw this one back in their favor. Be a bit of an embarrassing loss as well off the back of taking Inferno.
Yeah, very true. Very, very true indeed. So we'll see whether 1win can recover things on their favourite map. Sangal, you know, just playing their own game, really, and looking very confident while doing so. It's incredibly surprising to see. Maybe we are shaping up for a decider map required, which I think, yeah, would indeed surprise us all. 1win and Sangal perhaps included in that.
In around the smoke. Soulfly, a bit of a nuisance. Nade will come through. Actually, could catch a bit of timing. Will QB makes a pretty hefty chunk. Neutral's coming over towards A. Soulfly trying to get out, but gets caught by the flash.
Oh, great find coming in from Soulfly. He's going to get himself another one. This guy has been absolutely flying on the T side of things. Will get that man advantage for the side of Sangal, and we might just see 1win save off the back of it, to be honest with you. Again, going to be locked out of their own bomb site. Really no hope in hell, it feels like. Unless Deco can creep in with the orb, but he's not fancying his chances. Out they will go, and the 13th for Sangal comes in.
This is getting shaky. This is really now getting uncomfortable. You really don't like to see this from such a strong Inferno. A bit of a capitulation here. Over towards that of their pick, Mirage. Sangal credit. Playing some good Counter-Strike and allowing kind of really for the individuals to shine here. This is the big thing. We're seeing those kind of big names who are a little bit quiet in towards Inferno have their moments in the spotlight, and this is the important thing. They're firing in all cylinders. Sangal looking successful. Ancient Lumen as well as our decider. Not a bad position to be in. Of course, a lot more to be done. Like we said, 1win do have that kind of fight as good about them, and if they find a second win, this could be a little bit shaky, but so far, so good from them. It's looking like, yeah, that decider might be needed, unless 1win are able to completely flip the script. The first point of call has to be find some consecutive rounds and break that T-side economy.
Yes, absolutely. Don't really know what's happened here, what's been going down for them. Soulfly again going to entry in. Boomich goes flying round, gives his life away. Nice fight from Deco. And therefore, with Soulfly being left low, things, you know, shape up a little poorly for Sangal. They'll definitely have to fight back into this round. First round in a long time that they will be at a slight disadvantage, but only slight.
Yeah, for now. Let's see. A little bit quiet. Damage being taken up towards Sangal, which could make this a little bit easier for them. Soulfly so low, abiding by Bogdan's law. Nothing being given up just yet. Deco going to play close with the AWP. Very fine margin. Shotgun AWPing, but if anyone's going to make it work, it will be him.
See. Oh, gets drawn off and still able to find the frag. He will be traded out. Nickelback drops the bomb. Only 2 for Sangal. Flash coming around. Gives him a chance to peek in. Great find. Going to leave Soulfly to do it all with only 8 HP. Don't really fancy his chances. Fate comes in. Can't get the gun up fast enough, and Forrester will take him down. So there's 1win with their first round in the second half. And they would hope the first of many. Sangal, meanwhile, will be able to buy back through.
Yeah, now the CT side's got to get rolling. On paper, Mirage, it's up. I know at the earlier stages of this year, the third most CT side map in the pool in terms of statistically. So we're looking to see, of course, Whether one win can find that form. Gonna tap into some, uncapped potential right now and find something else. Here's the first in the gun rounds. Now we feel a little bit more comfortable, may I say. Find this one, break that T-side economy, then game on, right? Up to double digits, only 3 rounds behind. It's anybody's game to play for. So let's see.
Let us see, indeed. First frag going to be pretty important into this round. Start to, ease some of those tensions, those nerves. Soulfly will eat some nade damage, but other than that, not an awful lot showing just yet. Panics has gone for a very, 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 very aggressive move. Down short. I'm not so sure that they're going to be incredibly ready for it on the side of one win. They will make their way in towards ladder room meanwhile. And again, Nickelback looks vastly unprepared for this type of play. As that smoke goes down, Panics has a good chance to find the opener.
Forrest is going to wrap, though. He's coming through. Pop shot coming through from the ladder, and Panicked. He's got to be finding a kill there. The fact that he doesn't is a little bit uncomfortable. Forrester's got a wrap to work with. That's the one we're waiting for, and there it is. He pulls the trigger. We'll find one. Speaking of, though, Snowfly answers back on of his own. Back to a 4 versus 1. And water kill towards Deco as well, and they're wrapping back towards A with a bomb.
Gets very weird here. Not quite sure what to make of this. There's no one on the A-bomb side itself, but the rotations are incredibly quick from one win. How are they retaking control? How are they retaking space? Ooh. Flick lands from Panics onto Boomich. A massive kill. Forrester on the backside, though, could be incredibly large. Kits are available. They don't need to jump too quickly. Just keep the players distracted and make sure that Forrester can get maximum out of this. He will jump at the very first hurdle, though, and find the frag. Trade comes through onto QB. Soulfly and Corey, the only 2 remaining. There's a lot of time on this bomb. They've got to make sure that they get the defuse in, find the frag. Someone get on the bomb now. They're not going to have enough time, despite Forrester finding the kills. And Sangal move up to 14.
My God, after everything Forrester did as well, he gets the ace. But it still isn't enough. I mean, what more can you ask of this team? He just needed somebody to get on the bomb. Forrester can do the fragging. Somebody else just help him out. Yeah, unfortunately, it does not work. This is a really, really shaky position to be in. We've got Ancient looming. And Sangal going towards the decider with confidence as well and really going to break the backs of one win. Not a nice position. And this is where things, of course, would get into a very, very uncomfortable state where the script does get flipped in terms of, we were saying coming towards this on paper, the favorites, one win after Inferno, most definitely the favorites as well, 2-0 looming. Now a different story, now an absolutely different story. What a position to be in. A pause scored, an important conversation for one win and arguably probably one of the most important ones that can have all series. This has to be a turning point, though. If it isn't, I don't know. If Sangal dominate the way they have been in the latter stages of this map as well and go in towards Ancients, we could honestly see them kickstart things. We know pistols are statistically very favorable for them right now. They've won 3 out of 4. And yeah, I mean, it's just been some really solid Counter-Strike from Sangal. This T side on Mirage has been a bit of a clinic.
Yeah, and I don't know, man, you talk about the Ancient a little bit. It's a pretty whack map for both of them, so it's really just up in the air. There's no real way that you can call it. I would say maybe Sangal with loads of reps on it. They've got 20 maps played, whereas one win only have 6. They've only got 1 win out of those 6, so maybe you give it to Sangal, but Sangal are also not very good on the map, so it's a really weird decider, to be honest, and a very difficult one to call, and certainly not a realm that you want to go into, you know, the realm of randomness. This was supposed to be the clear-cut decider, the no-brainer, you know, but it does not look to be the case. A fast round coming in after the timeout, of course, always a classic. Forrester just going to clean up house. And this could be the road to recovery for win, and maybe the ace coming in for Forrester as well. Nickelback will take the final frag, but all the same, an incredibly clean one is exactly what one win needed.
Forrest has got 9 kills in the last 2 rounds. That's a bit of a ridiculous showing. He is done with the rhetoric of this map not looking good for them. He wants to make sure that One Win stay competitive and stay alive, and single-handedly doing so. Like we said, 9 kills in the last 2 rounds for Forest alone, and he's up to 26. And even outshining that at Deco, which is a pretty tough situation to do over towards One Win, because we know how talented the youngster is. Sangal, funds limited, economy broken, and of course in doing so, oh, good opportunity. Pop shot coming through, and Boomich does take a tag.
Now the smoke goes down and the firing squad opens up. No one on the other side of the smoke, though, to see that one off, so nothing coming in the end. Really quiet here. They will fully rotate back towards the A-bomb site and just try and burst their way out as best they can with the weaponry they have.
A little bit quiet. All well and slow. What now? Holding, waiting. Molly to come through as well. Deco, it's perfect timing. He'll keep them at bay. Sangal, they were looking like they were primed and ready to pop out A. Tag on towards the Molly. I don't know if that would have been heard, but Deco's still training on the angle.
Does miss the shot. Give some space here. Ooh, across to that T side. QB going to find the head of one. Boomich got to be careful as it is potential for him to be overwhelmed. Deco comes in to save the day, though, and he looks nice and clean. Of course, we'll mow them all down. Brilliant stuff. Only the one player going down, then.
Yeah, Deco's an animal, man. This guy is just so talented. Just as I was saying, Forrest and Shannon, he matches him in terms of the frag and the bomber. Both sitting on 26 kills, both hunting for the 30 bomb, and they might be giving it as well. Still plenty of life left in this game. Oh, it's definitely not done or dead in the water just yet. 3 rounds the difference, and Sangal back to a low buy. Second part of the double eco for them. It will just be a full Glock investment coming through. I'm getting worried for Sangal. This is getting a little bit shaky. They've got essentially 1 full buy in the difference between 1 win time this game up 14 apiece, and we're getting the full 30 locked and loaded, guaranteed. And once again, looks like it's just going to be a pop out towards A. Going to pop out of Palace and hope for a bomb plant.
Yeah, another non-send round from Sangal, really. Decent nade to open us up as One Win will look to fully secure this one and make sure that they are winning some clean rounds and bringing this game all the way down to the wire at the very least. Make Sangal work for it, that is for sure.
Well, slow and steady for Sangal. Don't think it's going to be winning the race by any means. In towards round number 26. They're going to rotate over. Look over towards mid, in fact, it's looking like. Pairing in with just Glocks, got to say. Audacious, to say the least. And potentially a run boost for QB as well to come through. Is going to be the case. They're working it out, though. But, yeah, looks like in towards mid will be the case. They're going to flood through. I think being heard just yet. Nickelback actually will. Dropping a flash of his own. No, he's opting to take the fight here. First rip, easy. Looking for more. Makes a dink. Simple stuff, though. The pistol will see it off. Does get flanked from behind, but he manages to overcome it. And it will be a quad kill. Last stolen away by Boomich there. Up to 12. Now's the full buy for Sangal. It has to be successful. If this one falls flat, One Win essentially locked and loaded into tying this game right back up.
Well, here we go. Pause coming in this one, you would imagine, from the Sangal side of things as the pressure is starting to mount for both these sides for sure, but maybe more so for Sangal as they will begin to worry about where their map heads from here, and of course how dangerous it would be if they lose this round. There is great potential for One Win to not only even things up, but also take the lead, and there is no room in this game. There is no room for error for both teams, to be honest, so really, really scary moments now headed up for the side of Sangal in particular.
Oh, now, a little bit quiet in the server. It's a fine line Sangal are working on. 2 rounds away from 16 and pushing us towards Ancient. One win Illumin, just 2 rounds behind. Molotov, of course, will force Corey away. sitting by some very flammable wood. And Boomich on the other side of the smoke. He's waiting for it to disappear, and then he can take his first fight. That's going to be a very important one as well.
Nice pickup coming in from Panics. It's Boomich again. Not been having a great game, giving a lot of early kills away. So you do have to, you know, point the finger ever so slightly. It's never nice too, but it certainly has been a trend in some of the recent rounds. And Sangal, they'll take that kill. They will immediately put the brakes on and just look to play super slow, wind the clock down, play the numbers game, and make life incredibly difficult for one win.
Just keep them guessing, right? CT side, actually pretty limited in terms of the utility they've got to keep them at bay. They've only really got pot flashes for the most part to deny presence from Sangal. No mollies, no smokes. Where Sangal have a lot left in the back pockets. Towards in time, in comes the late utility. They're pulling the plug. It's here and now. Now or never. They've got to try and keep them at bay.
Very quick moving in. This could be a bit deadly. Forrester does melt down to the fire. Deco's still alive in towards the CT area. Trying to move up, trying to find the frags. Not going to happen for him, and he will get taken down by a nade. Nickelback has found space in the smokes. However, nearly down for a double. Doesn't quite happen for him. Travis tries to go fast, but it will not happen. And Sangal hit 15. All comes off of that early pick. There will be money for one win, but they do not have any more room looking for overtime.
Yeah, you know, you mentioned it earlier, but it has to be mentioned again, right? I mean, I think Boomich is really having a tough time, but it's making things just so uncomfortable for this side. They cannot seem to find success, and Boomich individually is costing one win a lot of space and a lot of confidence. When he falls early into these rounds, they're playing at the numbers disadvantage. Trades benefit the T side, but especially when, of course, you've got a 5 versus 4 situation. It's not where you want to be. You hate to mention it. You hate to single someone out, especially kind of a bit of a legend the way Boomich is. Is the case in point. Nice flash. We'll catch it. Both that of a Panics and Soulfly, but either way, they're happy just to keep holding mid. No commitment being made yet with the bomb.
You can definitely feel how tense this one is. Sangal do not want to let this slip away from them. You know, if they go down here, they don't find a bomb plant, which obviously is a possibility with one wins by, then this gap could close very quickly indeed. They'd only have the one buy available to them, and even then it would be pretty strugglesome one. Trying to get cheeky towards mid. It was all a distraction. Nickelback out in the open. What a beautiful setup coming in. Him and Travis working off together so well. And they will find 3 between the two of them. Magical stuff. Just Corey and QB. And even then, they will both get firmly eliminated. 4K coming in for Nickelback. Up to 28 frags. The in-game leader showing them how it's done.
When you look at the scoreboard as well, it's insane to think that it is still Sangal in charge, considering 28 kills for Nickelback, 27 for Forrester, and 27 for Deco. And you look over towards Sangal, the most kills they've got, Panics on 21, QB on 29, but then Panics behind on 21-20. You know, there's such a disparity. It's so top-heavy over towards Sangal, with QB far and away at the top. With one win, they've got 3 heavy hitters. It's one of those games that on paper looks to be a somewhat one-sided affair, but actually isn't the case in the game itself. Popash coming on that. Nickelback not going to spot all too much. And the buy, of course, for Sangal, limited. OT potentially looming. Looming and lurking, of course. We'll see whether it pans out in that favor. It's just Glocks. It's the right call for Sangal. One win. Desperately hunting to try and make this in their favor. The full 30, of course, will most likely be needed. I can't see a world in which the Glocks find all too much success here.
Yeah, really making us wait for it, though, aren't they? As they are just sat around not doing very much. You know, we want them in the action. We want them getting this round over and done with. But I guess taking a mini timeout in this round, of course, it is a well-known trend. But yeah, just bouncing around. They're going to head towards middle and maybe try and find a frag or two with these Glocks. Travis will probably be the first to find a kill, and he's actually going to get quite a few off the back of it as well. Lovely stuff. Has to go across to the USP. That's where it gets a bit scary for him, but in the end, oh, it's robbed. The ace was his, but Nickelback comes in and steals it. All the same, the 30th round now. Let's see what Sangal have got in the back pocket.
Yeah, let's take a look. 14-15. The Sangal take it in the dying embers and pushes towards Ancient. Or more rounds needed to decide a victor here. Of course, as expected, the full buy both ways. Like a little only for Scrunk, though. Whereas Boomich has been the quieter one over towards one win. At least there's an AK to work with. He's coming forward. Nothing being spotted. His first fight could come soon as well. Both players playing over towards Palace. Spamming on the corner as well. Forrester hoping to find someone. As a Bianca, he's a very solid one to have. Fragging-wise, he's been pretty damn good, as we've already spoken about a multitude of times. Both him, Deco, Nickelback, all getting pretty close to the 30 bomb.
Very scary prospect here. Sangal starting to crumble. They're looking weak. They're sweating. They are tiring out. The gas is indeed running out. One win, meanwhile, they seem to have found a second wind, and it has allowed them to come back into the game a lot closer here than we ever would have expected. Things were looking so damn good for the side of Sangal. But one win have turned this game around, and they are now, of course, within one round of getting it done.
Slowly over towards B. That's the play. Forrester, we need magic from him. Thankfully, Travis is close by, right, to come and support, but he needs to be getting multi-fragged. Did the first, but he's going to go 1-for-1. Swinging in, the short player falls, his team damage dealt, but either way, it's looking good for Sangal to find 16.
Nickelback will trade one, however he gets picked up by Panics. Decent frag from the AWPer. Deco moving in, has to try and find a way back through. The off angle spotted. Now down to a 2 versus 2. He's going to swap across to an automatic weapon. Boomich taking his time, but he wins a key fight. Can he find the second? No, he can't, but the trade is there for Deco, and the overtime will come through. 15-15. Oh my goodness. Unbelievable scenes as one win will mount the comeback, and they will successfully pull it off. It's going to be us on cams for just a few moments here while we get that overtime ready for you.
My God, what a game we're getting here. We are being treated to some cracking Counter-Strike on our screens. That is monstrous again. I mean, we're looking at this and in the fine margins, but a second win has been found by one win, and now this game is anybody's to call. You can make the argument that once again, it is actually in favor of one win. The run of form right now for them on CT Tart is much better. They figured out how to take the fight over towards that of Sangal, and things do put, I mean, you do get a little bit nervous, right, for Sangal. They had such a good opportunity to close this game out, so many opportunities to close this game out, and the fact that they couldn't has now left them in a really precarious spot. We're going to OT. The magic number we're looking for is 19, and I don't know, the way one win are playing, their T side was pretty solid. Now their CT side is also looking solid in the late part stages of regulation there. I feel like they've got just a slight edge, in my opinion.
Yeah, it does feel that way, to be honest. They've got the momentum behind them. They now no longer have to worry about the cash as well. That's kind of a big deal. So really looking forward to getting into this and seeing, I suppose, whether one win can continue the momentum, continue the trend, or if Sangal, with a bit of a reset, and no longer the pressure, no longer crumbling under said pressure, will be able to find a way back into this and indeed take us to that third map of Ancient, as they perhaps already should have done with the way that the scoreline went down. So they will have to, take the reset in their stride, and it could be something that's beneficial for them as well.
Yeah, what a game, though. What a game of being treated to. We said Mirage, coming into it, very, statistically was so good over towards that of one win that we kind of already had these presumptions that Sangal are never going to be able to compete. But I mean, credit to Sangal, they have. We've seen a couple of those individuals really step up for them. They're making this a competitive game when it looked like on paper, especially off the back of Inferno as well, that it was going to be a massacre. It was going to be one-sided. No one was going to be able to compete. This is good to see. The question is, of course, can Sangal now kind of refine that form? We're looking at the likes of QB. I mean, he's still been the big hitter over towards Sangal. Quieted down a little bit generally speaking, but he still is being the main man over towards our side. Nickelback, the IGL, over towards 1win, hitting 30 kills just as we concluded the 30th round. And he got a couple of players just in behind him with the likes of Forrester and Deco as well. We're over towards Sangal. Only really QBs up towards that, elite level. He's on 29, but it's 23 apiece for Soulfly and Panics. I think we've seen a little bit more of the heavy hitters over towards 1win. It's very top heavy from them. Yeah, this is definitely very spicy. We'll hopefully be getting this started in just a second. We'll get back underway in towards OT, where, of course, we are looking for that of 19 in OT number 1.
Yes, of course. It will hopefully tell us on the HUD as well so that you don't forget. Always handy there on the old ESL HUD. It starts to get a little crazy when you move into, 2 and 3 overtimes, to be fair. But ultimately, it's pretty comfortable to begin with. But yeah, man, such a high fragging game. It's so cool to see that we have, games like this that just ultimately have so many kills and really back and forth affairs. Really exciting. Nobody quite coming out on top. And indeed, comebacks being mounted. 1win proving why they are such a good Mirage team here with, a really even half as well in the first half side of things. So it happens again, and these two teams completely inseparable so far. And I think that for me is absolutely what this one's about. And hopefully we get an overtime that justifies this game and indeed delivers in the same way that regulation did.
Yeah, and the big thing I was looking at kind of run of form, right? Momentum. You look at kind of how things have panned out over the last few rounds. Of the last 7 played, 6 have gone the way of 1win. So they're just generally feeling a little bit more confident in terms of their gameplay right now. Where for Sangal, they will have known they had so many opportunities to close out this game, and their inability to do so is always just going to kind of nag on the back of their minds. Right? They're always going to be thinking about this coming in towards that of overtime. Regardless of how the result goes, they're going to be thinking, we should have closed out on regulation. And the fact that they didn't, well, maybe actually might come back to bite them. Let's see. OT number 1 about to get on the way here on 1win's pick. Of course, they will continue to be on that CT side, where, like I said, 6 of the last 7 rounds have gone their way.
Yes, very true indeed. I think this first one might be super, super important to just hammer home what's going down, whether Sangal are able to return things and prove that they can win rounds again, or if 1win are just looking set to continue things and Sangal will have to play from the back foot as they did for the tail end of regulation there. Really difficult call, to say the least. Pretty quiet one coming in from Sangal as they, again, played like this quite a lot towards the tail end of regulation, maybe a bit stuck for ideas.
I see YouTube coming over. Deco as well. Watches the smokes come through, playing anti and waiting for a pop flash to come through, and that's when he can take the P, and that's when he can find a kill. It's simple Counter-Strike, very easy from Deco.
Boomich with somewhat of an off angle here on top of the ladder is actually going to drop down. They are bailing on A. Boomich does well to find one, but they have indeed, felt like they had to immediately be called off the A bomb site. They will thankfully find a few kills back on that 1win side of things, but Skrunk should be able to get the bomb down here. It gets very weird because he is completely alone, and it feels like the round rests on his shoulders. He knows it. He's going to take a peek. He finds the fight against Deco. He wins it. Forrester, meanwhile, here's him putting that bomb down, going to dish out some decent damage. And there's only 10 seconds to get this bomb through now. Really going to be a struggle for Skrunk. Panics is trying to help out from short. Misses the shot on the double scope. And Travis will deal with Skrunk. That's going to be the round. And Panics just looking to hold on to the AWP. 1win will find 16.
Well. 1win continuing a very good little run of form. That's now 4 rounds in a row from them, including the last 3 in regulation. This is getting dicey. Like we said, if Sangal were to fall flat, they're going to look back at those sort of rounds and think, how did we let this slip? And right now, they've got to be feeling the pressure. They're on the gosh a little bit. This is cracking Counter-Strike being played by 1win, as expected as well on their map pick. We know how good they can be in Mirage, and they're proving exactly why they hold this sort of respect. Deco, what a read. He knows they've been going for that boost, round in, round out, and this time he punishes it.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Will continue, and he finds himself another. One Win are doing it. Down to just 3 for Sangal, and a key round for them to recover back. They are looking down the barrel of a full run back so far. Even Boomich chiming in for frags now. Sangal have just absolutely run out, and they are looking clueless now, to be honest with you.
Well, Corey Scrunk hoping something can work in their favor. Unfortunately, it's not going to be the case, is it? These two in a somewhat impossible predicament. Well, let's see. Rotating through. Travis actually might just catch a freebie on towards Corey, and he will. Simple Counter-Strike. Very easy stop. Scrunk. All alone. We'll find one with the AWP, but it's not going to make a difference to the round. 1 win. 2 out of 2 rounds gone his way so far. Looking for a flawless first half on the CT side.
Oh, okay. Even the spin around from Forrester is just absolutely filthy. Really hammering home how well 1 Win are doing right now. Yeah, this is not looking good for Sangal at all, as they will indeed be able to buy once again, you know, of course, for the overtime. But I don't think the buys are really the problem at the moment. They have just stopped looking as put together, as comfortable as they did in the beginning of the second half. It's now completely fallen apart, and they just don't know what to do. Really don't know what to do.
Let's see, right? Can they make something work in the final round of their T side? They desperately need to. 1 Win are getting pretty damn close, and we already know that 1 Win's T side was also very good as well. Paul Flash going to come through from Scrunk. That'll give them space to work in towards mid. Well, unfortunately for them, no one's already there to meet them. 1 Win dropping util, just keeping them at bay, but Corey going to sneak his way into his window, and the short play didn't spot him. Now things are really dicey, actually.
Oh, nice pickup from Nickelback. Gonna have to look for a little more before they start to convince themselves of a victory in this round. Sangal have got some control towards the connector area, looking to push their way through, and Panics will find Nickelback overextending. Bomb is headed towards A, and there's only the one player here in the form of Boomich who's going to clear out Palace. What else can he find over here? Not an awful lot, but he might be able to put a stop to them as the bomb goes down. We'll see. Deco, meanwhile, with the AWP in tow, is on the way. Flash coming round. Try and find himself a frag. Smoke goes down. Going to make that very difficult for him then. Forrester's picked up Panics, and he finds Soulfly. Perfect timing. Boomich goes flying in for one of his own. It's just going to be down to Scrunk and Forrester. Forrester is only on 8 HP, though. Surely Scrunk can get this done. He does indeed, and that will be the half. However, it is still 1 Win taking away a lead.
Yeah, Scrunk, he's had a slow game. When he steps up, when it's called upon, when it matters most. That's all we care about. But of course, like you said, 1 Win. Not a bad performance from them. 2 out of 3 rounds on the CT side. You take those. Of course, all they need is an exact replica. 2 out of 3 here. And they'll see themselves in towards a 2-0 in the series and continuing, well, I guess actually technically kickstarting their run here in Challenger League. They got a bye in the opening round, unlike Sangal. So, yeah, but either way, I mean, it's a... not a bad half, right? All things in the 2 out of 3 rounds, not too shabby. We do have a little bit of tech issue, I think. One of the players dropped out just as we went in towards that halfway point. So hopefully we get things back underway in just a second. But yeah, not bad from 1 Win. 2 out of 3, they'll take that.
Yeah, I think so. I think they definitely will, considering their CT side took a long time to get started. And like I said, it was pretty important for them to be able to keep the rounds coming, keep the momentum going for them moving into the overtime, and make sure that Sangal couldn't just immediately get the reset and take the mental game back into their court. And that is exactly what we saw. You know, we had a couple rounds in a row pretty easily there for the side of 1 Win. A close loss at the end, but I think that, you know, coming away with 2 should be enough for them to work with. Their T side it felt like a bit more put together, a bit more confident, at least from the get-go. So I think now moving forwards with the full bank and everything, they should be able to find themselves a couple of pocket rounds that they've maybe saved, and they've got plenty of time to talk things over before that second half gets started as well.
Yeah, the T side of 1-1 was very solid as well. You know, eight rounds they found in that first half, and 8.5, of course, as they picked up. And I think generally speaking, their T side was where they did a lot of the best work. And actually, for both sides, is where we saw a lot of their best work. Sangal's T side, especially at the start, was really immaculate, right? There was no rounds being picked up at all by 1-1. So that once again does fill you with confidence over towards 1-1. You're thinking, right, their T side was pretty solid for the most part. They were in control of the game. They were very good at getting reads and finding opening kills. You now need to call upon a few players to pick up their form just a tad over towards 1-1, and they should have no problems. Boomich and Travis, who've been a little bit quiet to kind of name a couple. But the rest of the team, really solid. Deco, 33 kills. Forrester on 31 as well. So not bad. Him and Nickelback both sharing 31 kills, in fact. So they've been really, really solid. And when you consider that we're now at a point where we're 30-odd rounds in towards this game, and you've got kind of multiple of them are in and around 180 yards. I got 3 players over towards 1-1 in and around 180 yards. It's pretty damn immaculate from them.
Yeah, for sure. I think, there is an awful lot to be said for 1-1 at the same time. You know, maybe with scorelines like that, should they perhaps have been coming away with the victory already? Maybe. It definitely was a weird one, a really high frag in regulation. And somehow we end up in overtime. Usually when you see that, you know, it is a team that comes away with things. It comes down to 1 or 2 rounds in there that really make the difference. And it ultimately is not what we see. We see this very, very close finish and 1-1 with a streak towards the end to find themselves in the overtime. So really surprising stuff. And I think that this game is definitely a difficult one, a fatiguing one as well to play in. Certainly was the trend there. Sangal seemed to be running out of gas a little bit. So we'll see. We'll see. It really is a difficult one to predict moving forwards, but 1-1 with an advantage is perhaps all they need. We'll have to see now moving into the second half of overtime.
It's delivering, to say the least. Also to mention, on the other stream, their first map, Ignis Serpents, won 1915 over Big Academy in OT. And second map's also got an OT again. Just went to OT. So they're having a nice long one over there as well. Let's see. One went in towards that T side. Boomich in towards a Krieg. Interesting to see. Not, of course, in meta anymore.
A little bit different. You see it from time to time, you know, particularly see it when maybe an AWPer can't afford an AWP and just needs something with a scope. But that is not the case here. We just have, you know, Boomich changing things up for the overtime, I suppose. Has been a while, and he is playing towards middle, so a couple of things check out, but we'll see how it goes down. Maybe when this first exchange, you know, this first fight for him comes in, we'll see and say, perhaps if he had an AK, he would have won that. Nonetheless, the first fight's actually going to go down towards the apartments area. Nickelback gets the trade. Soulfly not going to be able to make it away with that secondary AWP. Are they bursting in? It looks like they are going to try and send some players round with Nickelback making his way down. Travis on the lurking play will find Panics, finding a man advantage there for 1-1. What can they do with it? The AWP is not going to be spotted out. Scrunk has to be very careful. Nickelback has pushed in incredibly deep behind the smoke. There's hardly any information for Sangal to work with, and there is a lurking Travis on the way. Nickelback falls. They just have to wait. They just have to relax. Should be an easy pickup here for Travis. Going to get it done. Just Scrunk hidden away, and he is indeed hidden pretty effectively, but Travis cleanly takes him out of the round, and that might just be it here for the 18th. Ooh. Looks to be the case. Deco takes Corey, and now 2 in a row from Sangal going to be required.
Oh my god, Deco is so crisp, man. So talented. 34 kills, 31 for Forrester, 32 for Nickelback. It's all she wrote. Travis is also picking up his form as well. And you look over towards Sangal. Things are looking very dire. Just to consider, they hit 15. They should have pushed on towards Ancients. And now where we stand, eh? You took for 1-1 over towards A early doors. Looking like they might even want to go quick as well. Setting up, ready and waiting for it. He called by a flash to try and keep them at bay. It's the right call by Sangal. They got a lot of their presence here.
They do indeed. It's not a bad move. Are they going to be ready for the hit to come in? So far, so good. Corey finds the first. They will charge their way through. Travis trying to find the frag onto the player underneath. It does get a little weird over here. What is going on? Absolute carnage. He will bail, but are they going to be able to make it away? Oh, a key frag coming in. Panics, misses the shot. Nickelback punishes him, and now a man advantage, but the AWP sticks around a little while too long. Soulfly gets a catch. And it's back down to a 2 versus 2. Goodness me, this round doesn't stop. And they're headed back towards that A site instead, where it is just Soulfly hanging on. But he's found his way into a sneaky spot. Skrunk as well, starting to perhaps confirm the fact that they are not going B. Where's the aggression coming in? Is there an overface? Is there a peak that one win can work with? It looks like there is not. Boomich will lead the charge. Nickelback behind him with 33 kills to his name. Nickelback going to look to hold. There is a flank coming in. Soulfly looking for a timing play. Will be able to plan them both. Yes, he will. And keeping the game alive for Sangal.
Fine margins once again. But all came through that wrap from B, right? Just knowing and locking in that they're not over towards apps. If they're going towards B, they have to be going through short. But you can kind of see that from the A position. They would have had to be taking a long fight over towards Cat. You don't want to be taking those sort of engagements because they're very coin flippy. Sangal, fine margins. Let's see. Let's see if things continue. And if they can push it to a second OT. One win, stay competitive. Panic's going to try and take this early fight here. Boomich and the Krieg up close to personal. Once again picking it up.
Yeah, I don't know about the Krieg buy, bro. I suppose he did find a kill with it in the previous round, but just a bit funky in it, just a bit weird. He's only got 15 kills anyway, I suppose. So if he sees it as a way to get him some more frags, then fair enough. You know, you can't knock it. Nonetheless, they've got a lot of control towards Connector. This looks pretty scary. There will be a peek out from Soulfly. Spots one player, gets the information in at the very least. But now Corey called under into contention. He will find himself a double. Boomich takes down Panics. It's a 4 versus 2, and it looks like we might be headed to another overtime here unless Deco and Boomich can do the impossible.
Need some magic. Need something special. Let's see. 2 versus 4. The Krieg will find one. That's an important kill. And he falls away as well, trying to take another fight. Soulfly will see him all 4 down to Deco. He's a magician with the old zoom banger, but this would be something miraculous. He actually didn't spot the gun barrel either. Tunnel visioned in. Time's ticking as well. 20 seconds to work with. Surely there's no chance.
Yeah, not looking too likely, to be honest. Molotov comes in, pushes Corey out into the open, but it's actually... Oh, okay, it does spread to him. I was going to say somewhat ineffective. Yeah, just not going to happen here. They just have to not die. Round's over, Chief. Nice quick scope, I suppose, but, you know, what's it worth at the end of the day? He gets his 36th kill. He will be, you know, the highest fragging player on the server. But another overtime going to be required here between One Win and Sangal. Not over until it is over, and that is most certainly the case. They needed 2 in a row, and Sangal got it done. Backs up against the wall, and they survive.
Yeah, 22 is now what we're looking for, right? And again, over towards each of these 2 sides, they've had their moments to close out the game, and both of them struggling. It seems to be the eternal curse of Tier 2, closing out these games. And technically speaking, Agent's still looming. If Sangal can make a little run here, who knows, man?
Yeah, and I mean, the ebbs and the flows of overtime, right? Like, you just regain so much confidence. Back and forth and back and forth. It is incredibly difficult to deal with, I think. When you've got all the money, it's kind of removes an element of the game, so you're just relying on finding frags, grinding the rounds out, and playing your game. You don't have to worry so much about, are they buying? What are they going to be stacking? What are they doing? You know, you just go through the motions and play pure Counter-Strike in overtime. So I think that can lead to it being very back and forth. And it is difficult to say whether it's like, oh, well, you know, One Win, are they going to be able to bounce back, or can they deal with it? There's less kind of pressure. You're just playing rounds of Counter-Strike and hoping that things work out positively for you.
That's it. Oh, hopefully back underway in just a second. Of course, get the show back on there. There we go. Of course, now OT number 222 is what we're looking for as our magic number. Sangal, of course, continues to start on that CT side. They just found 2 out of the last 3. It does seem like a bit of a battle of who can get double digits on the T side. that might be enough. But we'll have to wait and see. Already, this game going down to an absolute marathon already.
Yes, indeed. We'll see how things pan out here. Run boost coming through. Not going to be able to find anything in towards the middle area. QB with a bit of an off angle here. Travis wants to take him, but the AWP is around the corner. Travis, though, has got balls of steel. Oh my goodness, and he nearly finds Soulfly. That is ridiculousness. What a move from Travis coming in. 4 versus 3. And a hefty advantage for One Win to now work with. They should be able to shape themselves up well in this round. Things looking very, very good indeed. As it starts to get away from them slightly. Boomich, though, with the AWP out towards middle. Recovering his fallen comrades' weaponry. Will manage to start to seal this one in. Just down to Corey and Skrunk.
Yeah.
Not looking too good.
Smoke over. See what they can do with it. Oh, smoke in the face of Corey. Going to make his job a little bit tougher. Forced back over towards jungle. The commitment going to be made over towards the A site. It's actually the right call as well. No one's over towards the site, so it should be absolutely free reign. Free territory for them. Corey forced off with the flames. And this round already coming down to its ending. It's looking like nobody here to meet them. They just need a CT smoke as well, and they'll be fine. Or a molly will do.
Indeed, molly should be all good. Bomb goes down. Nice find onto Corey. And it is just going to be Skrunk. He taps away for one, but he's dealt with quickly. And One Win move up to 19.
Not bad. Not bad indeed. There's that T-side round we're talking about. They can make it a double. And statistically, things would look pretty good for them. But we'll see. For Sangal, that one fell very quickly to the wayside, right? And that's the big thing. In a matter of mere moments, it was a shaky round from them on what was looking like a previously pretty comfortable CT position. With how OT is, right? We've already spoken about its fine margins, and both sides have this inability to close our games. They can't let anything slip. But they're into a pause. Hopefully, it's only a brief one. And we can get the show, of course, back on the road. Open play for Panics. And the big thing as well as what we've seen is we mentioned about how this has been still very top heavy, right? For the most part, you know, coming in towards OT, Corey only had 8 kills at one point, right? And that alone was, you know, it's pretty damning. He was struggling to find that form. Thankfully, he's found a little bit more in towards OT, but even still, not exactly as impactful as what you see across the board. And as we've already spoken about their praises, both Deco, Forrester, Nickelback, just unbelievable from them. 36, 34, and 32 kills respectively. It is an absolute clinic from them. Corey trying to make things better, and a drop an important kill. Deco advises against peeking in towards the M4.
Nice reposition from Corey coming in as well to just see off another frag. Deco will eventually take him down. Surely the damage already done unless the AWP can find QB up close here. It's somewhat of an off angle for QB, but he gets it done. Panics on the backside. We'll see off Boomich. A crazy aggressive push down middle that somehow was indeed not spotted out. Forrester on short. Don't rightly know what's happened there. And bailing the bomb out is going to be easier said than done, to be honest. Yes, Forrester might have some control on B, but he's just going to, yeah, pull off a full-on flank, and he knows that this is really his only option. Can see him finding one frag, but finding both of them certainly will be a toughie. Ooh, and Skrunk starting to think about it, however, not really looking the right way. Forrester looking to take a big bite out of this A defense. Unfortunately, I don't think he'll really be able to capitalize too much. Where is that final player playing from? Where is he going down? However, Soulfly spins around, going to look to find the double, and he will indeed seal it off. 19-19, it keeps on coming for both sides.
In Old Hard Square, we said all we're looking for 1 win is 2 rounds out of 3 on the T side. This is their opportunity. If Sangal find 2 out of 3 on the CT, things could, well, probably just continue to carry on trucking along the way they have been. Let's see. I think there's been a lot to like over towards Sangal in terms of when they get that opening kill, how they can control the game. It's about finding the opening kill. It all came down to Corey there, just as we were kind of talking about him being quiet at times. Oh, that's a missed shot from Panic. He'll be punished. And already things are a little bit dicey. They're getting mid-control. Soulfire trying to reclaim some space. Will spot out a couple.
Nice nade onto Forrester. Can they find the trade onto him, though, is of course the important question here. Certainly going to be a difficult one, as OneWin are very, very worse for wear, despite being a man to the good. So really not too sure what to call on this one, who's coming out ahead, who has that advantage. It feels like, it maybe does rest in the balance here on this one, to be honest with you. They're going to go for the smokes out towards A. There is a player in the form of QB who could do a lot of damage from stairs. Just smoking out Con, leaving everywhere else open and looking to try and take the fight. Smoke on towards the site makes life very awkward indeed. Crack angle for Corey. Can't be traded out. Cheeky lurk through the smoke. Corey will go down. Forrester's lurk is sound. And Soulfly looking in for a trade, but easier said than done. 4 versus 2, and with positions vaguely known here on that T side of things, not looking to give their lives away. Forrester does go walking through the smoke a little haphazardly and will pay the ultimate price. Again, surely should be all good here, you would say. Deco has to be careful close to the smoke. They know where he is. They hear him, but he wins out the fight on the first, looking for a kill on towards the second. Not going to happen. Reposition for the AWP of Boomich. Tap onto the bomb from Strunk. Will be spotted, but not finished by Boomich. That's a big deal. Another tap onto the bomb, but Travis is there at the right time, sees him off, and will find 20 for OneWin.
Fine margins, but that's not a bad half. 2 out of 3 in the T side. Exactly what we're looking for. And again, comes down to it. Can they keep things going? Can they keep the consistency? The CT side is where OneWin have had a lot of their good work. Found 2 out of 3 on the CT in towards OT number 1. We're looking to see whether they, of course, can continue that run of form. If they do so, the target. 22 is exactly what we're looking for. Not bad, though. Not bad. We're back on the way. OneWin are 2 rounds away from taking the series 2-0 in what was a double OT thriller. Sangal need a flawless performance here on their T side if they want to take it and pushes towards Ancient. This game's still got a lot to give, it seems. It's a case in point, it's a question of can OneWin close it out. Both of these sides have eternally struggled in this series to close out this game, this series, the map. It's now the time.
Nickelback, first one to open up. And that is a scary prospect for Sangal. They want to be getting things on the board here. Lovely nade usage coming through from Travis to just make life very difficult indeed for Mr. Scrunk. They will have to back away, and indeed they get the mid control, but it costs them an awful lot.
Ready now. Mid control in their favor. There might be a gap opening up in the side of that smoke, but Corey's ready for it himself. Doesn't matter. Nickelback had the advantage. We'll get yet another kill in towards mid window. It's important. Panics finds a kill. Instantly traded. This is the Counter-Strike one we need to be playing on the CT side. Just dominant control. And the final 2 remaining over towards the T side have already taken significant damage. 21 is looming.
Looking more and more and more likely. But again, Sangal, they managed to run it back last time. They might have to do so once again. It is a real test of the constitution of this team. The fatigue aspect comes into play. Can they keep it rolling? Can they find it within themselves to stay alive once again? Maybe it happens in this round, but we are indeed doubtful. Nickelback will confirm that fact. And looking down the barrel of 40 frags is the in-game leader.
Let's see. 21-19. Map and series point to OneWin. Sangal now hunting for triple OT to keep their dream alive here. They fought tooth and nail to stay in this game. But it always felt like OneWin have just had the ever so slight advantage. Of course, the question, of course, will it come to the conclusion? Travels over towards short, deny mid control. And he has the support of Nickelback, who was so strong in towards that previous round.
Ooh. Spam through the smoke. Does a lot of damage on towards Skrunk, but no finish of the frag coming in. They are playing thick and fast there on the Sangal esports side. I'm very happy to see that they are not going quietly into the night. They will keep their confidence coming and try and battle back as best they possibly can. The AWP taking an advanced position. Panics can't find anything, though, and he doesn't want to go too deep in towards B. He does not want to give his life away early on in the round.
Nickelback will scoop up some Util. And at the very least, we'll try and make things work for him. Let's see, right? This is a position where things are looking uncomfortable. QB finds Boomage. That's important.
Big frag. Deep position here as well, coming through from Soulfly. Travis going to get good timing. Can he get any more here? Only one, but he sets up another frag. 3 versus 3. Soulfly lurking behind in the back. Big kill coming in, but actually doesn't present itself. Thought there was going to be a fight going down, but Deco bails on the idea and does not give his life away.
Look at the time, man. Look at the time. It's ticking. Not a lot left in this round, and Forrester alone, if he's not cleared, he could be the linchpin to success. The molly swings, but it will not damage him. Forrester staying alive. It's all that matters. The AWP can't push him off the angle. 8 seconds, 7, swinging in. Will not find the kill on towards Skrunk. The bomb just about goes down in time.
Fine margins, as you would say, sir. That is certainly the case on that one. They're going to boost up, try and find some information towards the apartments. Nothing presents itself. Time ticking away. Boost around the corner this time. Oh, tag onto Soulfly. Stays alive. That's, of course, all important. The AWP of Skrunk will manage to get it done, and Soulfly flashes himself around. Oh, my goodness. Maybe they are going to do it again. They bring it down to just one round between another overtime and between, of course, one win taking it.
That's a ridiculous one to take as well for Sangal. That looked hopeless. It looked like they had no chance of making that one stick. And somehow, someway, the finest of margins, they stay alive. And potentially, that could have broken the back over towards one win in terms of their morale. They thought they'd done everything they could to make it work. And that's not a great start either. The Molotov directly hitting Nickelback. Already a little bit uncomfortable. You can see them getting a little bit nervous. Big nades coming through, and Decker takes a chunk of damage.
Fantastic start. Forrester just holding the line towards B. Does need to be a bit careful. Panics is moving in and lands the flick. Forrester maybe with an ill-advised peek. And that could be all the difference here. That early pickup coming through for Sangal is a big, big deal.
That's huge. Back over towards a Boomage here, up close and personal. Trying to take this first fight. Needs to be careful not to overextend. He's struggled at times. He's got Deco to support. It's a double ramp stack. Deco pushes to the angle. Boomage falls, and it's falling apart. Triple OT might be needed here unless Nickelback can bail them out. The bomb rotating, in fact.
Ooh, yeah, but Travis is still here. It's not going to be an easy run like they think it might be. They're going to go towards middle, maybe towards short. Panics. Has to be careful. Travis looking for a cheeky frag. Meanwhile, Soulfly lurking around will take down the AWP of Deco. Big, big kill. Discovers that A is completely open. And I think that might just do it for them. Great find from Panics. He's been so fast in this round when his team needed him. And it does indeed look like we're going to get another overtime here. Goodness me, this is pretty incredible stuff coming through from Sangal to run it back so heavily.
Yeah, it's all come down to this man as well. Panics, this round, he has caused so many problems. Nickelback going to try and get his 41st kill, and he will do exactly that. Not going to make a difference though, is it? 5-7. Oaken his head in, and 21 all. This game continues to give. It continues to find some sort of second win, third, fourth win as we go into our third OT. I mean, these two sides right now, inseparable. There is no real difference between either of them. They're both putting up absolute clinics, both on the T side and the CT side. And it's honestly anyone's game. And there's still a world in which H in our third map is needed.
Yeah, and I mean, that is twice that Sangal were able to run it back there. In the first overtime, they get 2 rounds in a row when it's needed, and they did it again there in the second overtime. So, yeah, really playing heavy Counter-Strike at the moment. Incredible stuff, absolutely incredible stuff, and it does just continue here with the, like you say, inseparable nature of these two teams. Absolutely explosive, and I mean, I hope it does continue into this third bout of overtime. Neither team checking out, no one going quietly into the night, and Sangal with a really great turnaround. We're going to take a quick little break before we get into it, though, folks. I think we have an extended one here, so stick with us. We'll be back with Overtime 3 soon. Well, goodness me, we continue with the Counter-Strike here on Mirage. Nearly 2 maps of CS coming in. Another overtime required to decide this one. Of course, it is not over until it is over, and that is certainly how things go down. Brilliant stuff. 1 win. Looks set. Ooh, okay, to maybe start off a bit shaky here. Deco going to take a lot of damage early on.
Well, the Dreamstar, for sure. They're looming as well in towards Palace. Want to make something of this. Boomich just on the angle as well towards Ticket. The rotation coming through, but they're already out. Nickelback will find one. Quick trade coming through as well. And now they've got space to work over towards A. Boomich is beckoning over rotation to help.
Flash comes around for him. Not able to find anything off the back of it. Molotov to come through from QB to try and give them some space, some control towards A. Still keeping the AWP trained on B. They're not quite sold just yet. Travis, meanwhile, has got to be very, very careful. He is somewhat weary of a flank, but was not ready for the angle of it. Corey, perfect timing. And really now makes this A bomb site incredibly hard for 1 win to keep a hold of, to be honest with you. Maybe another one to be found as well. Boomich will get 1 frag. Needs a little more than that, though. Needs some support, of course, coming in from Forrester here. Deco watching the angle. Can he win the fight? No, he can't. Corey finds him. Forrester keeps chiming in, however. Boomic with a big reposition. Could be exactly what the doctor ordered with only 20 seconds remaining. Oh, this is a big read move. Can the spam stop the bomb plant? No, it can't. Boomic, so he finds one, brings it down to a 1 versus 1. Just Corey and Forrester left in a key round. Forrester going to go for the hold. Corey spots him on it. Oh, but Forrester faked it out, tried to hold it. Not going to happen. Corey comes away with the frag and with the round for Sangal.
It's so ballsy from Forrester. And even though it didn't work, I still love it, right? He's got, what, 4.5 seconds of the defuse there done. It's unfortunate. Fine margins for Sangal, all down to Corey actually winning that round. Really well played from him. The flank coming through from under. Finds an important kill in towards Connector. Another one on towards Short, and a third as well to deny the defuse. Single-handedly has found a 22nd round on the board. Here for that on the T side. Molly, you coming through, extinguish like the smoking QB, trying to get out in front of it. It's chaotic Counter-Strike right now, and I think Fatigue is forcing these sides to play, well, extremely aggressive CS.
Oh, Panic's going to open up onto Forrester. Sangal. They have found the wave. They have found the groove. Soulfly ready for this fight, and he wins it easily. Magnificent stuff. A 5 versus 3 ensuing then between the two teams, and Sangal in full control.
Ancient's looming. That third map on the docket. Because right now, 1win are getting overwhelmed. They're getting exposed. Individuals. I think you can definitely safely say Fatigue is affecting them. With a Sangal, it seems like they're performing better under the fatigue, under the stress. Seems some of their best Counter-Strike in these last 2 rounds. Backwards towards ramp. Deco up close and personal. Shotgun AWPing is his favorite. It's tough. It's the first and gets away as well.
Ridiculous. Going back in for a bit more by the looks of things.
Love it.
Goodness me. I'll get the bomb out of there, though. They don't want to mess with Deco. Scrunk looking for a lurk play, and he's going to get it. They've done that many a time on that Sangal side of things, and again, this is maybe where the fatigue comes in. Some of the complacency of 1win really costing them. Boomic will go on high, but can't win the fight. Scrunk demolishes him, and they will pull the bomb out once again. Travis has kind of got the right idea, but he's left on 25 HP. Maybe he gets a kill, but obviously they want the round here on the side of 1win. Get one. Not getting hyped just yet. Upshot misses. Corey going to melt himself a little. Travis will get taken down through the smoke, though. There you go. Everything makes sense in the end. 23 found. There's potential for them to get up to 24 here. 1win. They're the ones stuck for ideas now.
This is some dominant Counter-Strike. I've got to be saying, Sangal T side right now on fire. 1win. What has happened? This side falling oh so quiet. Got 2 guys on 40+ kills, and Forrester's not that far off, but even still, they look completely dead in the water. 23-21, and Sangal's put up a clinic so far in towards OT number 3. Remembering as well, ladies and gents, 25 is the number we're looking for here into OT 3. Seems like 1win right now are sort of fighting for survival more than anything. Not exactly a side who were at one point, a couple of points in fact, on the brink of taking a 2-0.
Yeah, man. Been a wild ride on Mirage. I don't even remember what Inferno looked like. It was so long ago.
It's pretty nuts, right? This is our 45th round of Mirage Counter-Strike.
Yeah, bleed neck. Yep. All the Mirage haters right now are
seething,
absolutely fuming in chat. Yeah. Either way, push out towards middle from Sangal to try and gain some control. They will indeed get it. 1win can't really fight them at this late stage of the round. What is the move? Where do you go now? Big nade damage done. Deco out here with the AWP. Get a smoke down. Does have to watch himself a little. He's actually going to fake things out. There's a player towards the dark. Could make it very weird indeed, and it does. It works out. Boomic will be traded quickly. the chaos ensues, and there's so many bodies here. Nearly 3 for Nickelback. Set up for Travis. Down to just Skrunk, and he is spammed down from behind. There you go. They will manage to recover one back, but it's still a lead for Sangal to work with.
Yeah, it's still uncomfortable, right? That's the big thing. 23-22. This game just continues to give an absolute marathon of a performance right now. Who's going to break the deadlock? I mean, that's the big thing, right? Who's going to be able to close this one out? Both sides have had just plentiful opportunities, but you can now see especially that Sangal have tapped in towards this kind of reservoir of energy ready for an OT number 3, where for one win, they're looking a little bit flustered, a little bit feeble. Those first 2 rounds on the CT side for one win were not that comfortable, not that great, and has given Sangal an opportunity. One win needs to be flawless on their C side if they want to take this in OT number 3. And it kind of feels like right now, if one win want to take this in a 2-0 fashion, they're playing for a quad OT.
Yep.
Break done there, right? And now they've had a couple of opportunities to speak. I think, Nickelback, of course, being the IGL, Hooch, the coach, coming in to have a talk, but also Boomich, right? Secondary caller. We know what this guy can do in terms of his level of experience. One winner kind of trying to find something and a nothing there, right? Let's see if they can.
Let's see if they can. Molotov comes in, going to make life a bit awkward towards the top end of middle. We'll give their positions away as well, so they're somewhat trapped in there. They do have to be careful with making it out. Just makes life, incredibly awkward, like I say. However, no frags coming off the back of it.
Yeah, what now, right? For one win. Early bit of space come through. Early bit of util used. They bait out a fairly decent amount over from that CT side as well. What's the play? The bomber's going to group up with the likes of Deco and Nickelback in towards Apps. Actually, only one player here towards B. That's a huge thing in itself. Krieg holding in towards mid. That'll force Panic's away, but he rotates over towards the B side. So that itself is already a little bit damning.
Panics. Oh, what a shot. What a shot. What a moment. Looking solid here as they're trying to rush through a smoke now, really. Not looking too good. Forrester's flown in. Panic's being a little weird in and around the action. Misses the shot onto Travis as the flick does not quite land for him. 3 versus 3. One player coming in from short could certainly do some damage. One plant coming through. Oh, but the nade sees off Forrester. Genius stuff. Molotov as well to deal with that. Deco will be left incredibly low. There's a presence out towards short now that really looks to deny the bomb plant away. Soulfly finds the frag. Left to just Travis. Up against 3. No time to get it done. They will let him run around and indeed win the round off the back of time. Sangal are now the ones looking down the barrel of the victory here.
What a game we're getting, and Travis not saving anything over. Map point, Sangal. Ancient looming in the wings as well, and you gotta say, it's not like Sangal have given up for a second here. So many opportunities where one win should have closed off this game, and vice versa as well. It's looking like OT3 will be concluded here on Mirage in what has been a marathon of a game. And then things kickstart and continue back over towards our third and final. Unless one win can find something left. Something left in the tank. Aggro in towards mid. Space created as well for one win. That B hit that came through. They really struggled. They could not get that bomb down. That cost them everything. How are they going to make this one work a little bit better? How are they going to make it stick?
$1 million question there, boss. We shall see. A stack coming in from Sangal.
I like it.
Certainly an interesting move, but yeah, it is a bit foresight from them. Looking to nail this one home and keep Sangal in the series. However, it is going to be a B hit coming in. Just Skrunk over here. Ooh, he doesn't really know where to go. He's looking a little panicked as he's left alone. They really can't help him unless he finds A couple of frags to boot. Awkward smoke in towards the Forest area. Travis goes flying around. Forrester will trade him out. Deco's found Corey as well, which was a very big frag towards short. Gives them that man advantage to work with. 4 versus 3 on the retake, of course, going to go for it here on that Sangal side of things. Deco spots one crossing. Soulfly goes back in for the repeat. What a madman. Wins out the fight. Making things look very doable indeed. Nickelback going to be forced forwards by the Molotov. Oh, he's been spotted out. He's been spammed down. Can they deal with him, though? Forrester is the man to get through. If they get tunneled in onto Nickelback, it could be dangerous here, but they don't. And they find Forrester. Boomich, with nothing but a Krieg, is going to have to do it all. He stands strong. He finds one. They're on the bomb. Can he get them off? Yes, he can. What a spray down from Boomich on the Krieg to keep one win alive.
And Boomich has been so quiet at times in towards Mirage. He's struggled to have impact, but he's picked the best time to find it. Oh my god. We continue. We keep going. Right now, we're heading into the 48th round of Counter-Strike here on Mirage. That in itself is pretty monstrous. We're getting, well, we are technically speaking in 2 maps worth of CS within just Mirage alone. What a monstrous game we're getting here. Panics, a lot of damage he's been taking there. Molotov as well will keep him at bay. So he cannot rotate back in towards mid. And you can see why they're putting so much pressure on him. Make sure that AWP is dropped immediately, but a quick trade from Soulfly.
Quick trade is pretty important. What can one win do with the control that they have gained? Aggression coming in towards the Palace area. Deco gonna get the drop. No, he missed the shot. And Corey, oh, a massive kill. What a move, a confidence move coming in at the very final round of the map, potentially. After such a long fight. Just walking into Palace. Who's going to expect that? QB gets traded out, but still retaining the man advantage here. I'm going to be retrieved. Nice pickup coming in from Travis. Not ready for Scrunk on the trade, though. And it is just Boomich once again. He found 3 in the previous round. So surely 2 should be doable. Guesswork begins, though. Where does he go?
It's the big question, isn't it, right? We're calling on Boomich in a clutch again. Can he make this one stick? One versus 2. Bomb in hand. Time is ticking as well. And you can see Scrunch ever so hesitant to rotate away. He's holding for a flank. Will you hear him dropping out? No. I don't think he has. Oh, maybe he has. Trade on the angle. Bomb's got to go down. He might just plant safe it. Swing. Coming through. Spots him, but opts to swing with the bomb. Questionable to say the least. And the AWP chain on the angle. There we go, ladies and gents. Map number 3 is needed. Ancient is up next. And it took 3 OTs. It took 48 rounds of Mirage Counter-Strike. But we are going to Ancient. This game continues to give. It's been an absolute marathon. My God, Sangal, I mean, credit to them, but they should have closed out on regulation, let's be honest.
Yeah, mad one, mate. Absolute mad one, to be fair. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I don't know what to say. It really shapes up to be a crazy series now. And like I said, you know, kind of in the regulation, to be honest, we go on to Ancient, and it is a map that is just so up in the air. Neither of these teams are really effective on it. We've just had all that overtime. It's going to be an absolute mess. It is going to be an absolute mess here. I can foresee that. Oh, my goodness. But, yeah, I mean, that really does take the fatigue out of things from that one, to be honest with you. Really, really impressive stuff. Sangal, though, credit to them, keeping it going, getting those 2 sort of back-to-back run-backs on the overtime, as it were. They found 2 rounds in a row, not only once, but twice. Really impressive stuff. Nonetheless, folks, that's going to be us for a little while. When we're back, it's Ancient.
don't speak for a couple of weeks. I'll be in his place till he calls and says he's sorry. This situation's on repeat, just like a scratch on a CD. It just gets deeper when you hit rewind. How many nights will you make this decision? Nights ending tears and it's blurring your vision. You know he don't love you, hurt you holding on to. Scream through the phone even though he won't listen. So I'm still at your place, trying to make it okay. He's miles away, I'm left here with you. Say that you just need someone caring for you. When will you see me more than your rescue? I'm feeling kinda used, yeah, like a drug that you take when you're sick of crying all your tears away. Is that all I am? All I want is for you to be happy. You know this ain't healthy. Do I make you happy? How many nights will you make this decision? Nights ending tears and it's blurring your vision. You know he don't love you, what you holding on to. Scream through the phone even though he won't listen. So I'm still at your place, trying to make it okay. He's miles away, I'm left here with you. Say that you just need someone caring for you. When will you see me more than you rescue? I'm doing everything he doesn't do, but I'm still not enough. Even your parents know I'm good for you, but I'm still not enough. You wanna be done with him, you're stuck with him, 'cause you don't have the guts. And after all I've done, I'm still not enough. Still at your place, trying to make it okay. He's miles away, I'm left here with you. Say that you just need someone caring for you. When will you see me more than your rescue?
Ooh, what a barn burner this one has been, ladies and gentlemen. We are here with the third map, though. Sangal up against One Win. Keeping it coming. All the Counter-Strike this evening. If you've been here from the start, thank you very much for joining us. And we will see how this one concludes on Ancient.
Let's get it. Of course, we had 48 rounds of Counter-Strike over towards Mirage. A quad OT needed. Now we're heading to our third and final map. Sangal starting off pretty poorly. Travis looking for 4, and he'll find it. My God, Travis, what is that start? Boomich will steal away the ace, but Travis single-handedly 2 guns, 4 kills, may I say. And that is a statement start from One Win. My God.
Well. Absolute madness. He just went flying in, didn't he? He did not have a care in the world.
I love it.
My guy. Yeah, I mean, that's what we're here for. Let's see whether One Win can continue the trend and keep it coming. Nickelback and Forrest are going to spray down towards middle here, finding a number of frags. Lovely stuff. Second round comes in nice and easy. As Sangal, you know, they kind of just threw themselves at it anyway, as you would expect. Getting the AKs out early is what they are all about here. But that's another round going the way of One Win.
Yeah, one of those things, right? With how things started towards the pistol, they're continuing that great run of form, and I guess hoping at the very least that they can continue to tide and tick things over. One Win off the back of losing their map pick, Mirage, in the way that they did. There's a world in which they can kind of, in terms of their morale, be on a little bit of a low point, or the other thing is it fires them up heading in towards Ancient. We said this map on paper is pretty scrappy for both of these two teams. Let's see how things pan out. Travis gets 1. Quick traded. Nickelback will trade out. He drops Corey. Back into a 3 versus 3 in a matter of mere moments. The chaos continues.
Very slow here in the mid-round from Sangal as they try and find something on towards the ramp. Boomich hiding in the smoke. Trades immediately. Deco looking to retrace the footsteps of his teammate. Soulfly found the kill just before coming round, but Deco on the MP9 will mow them down and find yet another round for One Win. The cheeky bonus works out beautifully.
3-0. And Sangal, in a matter of mere moments, are in a very shaky position. Where we stand right now, I'm not actually feeling all too comfortable about how they kick-started their Ancient. Of course, you'd assume that off the back of the knife round, that One Win took it, started CT side, and they're making it look very comfortable right now. The bonus converted, pistols and forces all the same. Sangal can't really compete right now. Soulfire trying to get up close personal. Will find the first.
Well, we'll see. Gets a little deadly here on towards the A-bomb site. Forrester will be next line of defense. Got to be careful. Gap closing between him and QB. Wins the spray down fight, though. Does cost him an awful lot of HP. They'll be happy to have found a bit of damage and get the bomb plant in, of course. It is, a little messy here, moving towards the site itself. Soulfly only good for the 1. M4 going to be recovered by Panics. Him and Skrunk, the only 2 that remain. Smoke goes down to keep them at bay, however, and they should be able to just hold the defuse on this one. Bar anything insane coming in, not going to happen, and One Win will take it.
Very simple read, I gotta say, in terms of that read. The good thing is just that one of those where for Sangal get a bomb plant, a couple of kills. Not all too shabby. But the main thing, of course, is One Win 4-0 start very comfortably running through the motions right now. It feels like in a matter of kind of, I don't know, a couple of minutes, we've already had 4 rounds out of the way. It has been very quick Counter-Strike. What I guess is one of those things, because One Win aren't setting the tone on T-side. One Win are a very slow T-sided team. It's just a standard CIS way. And of course, they're on CT side, and Sangal getting into the thick of it, trying to take this game by the scruff of its neck.
Yeah, really just playing thick and fast here on both sides of things, to be honest with you. A lot of fights going down, a lot of scraps happening throughout the map. Absolute wild one. Boomich will be the first to chime in as he takes down Soulfly, and a pretty keen opener coming in.
Towards mid, Nickelback up close. If Panics doesn't clear this properly, it'll be rough. The shadow spot, a great flash! He does actually get very close, Panics, to be fair to him. Nickelback will fall away, thankfully, just in time. And the flash as well will keep Skrunk at bay.
in behind. Easy pickups coming through for him. And now just QB. This map is moving pretty fast, and it's moving pretty one-win-sidedly. Sangal, unfortunately, struggling on the T side of things. Signs that we have seen a couple times throughout this series. They've also dished out some worrying signs of their own, you know.
I mean, QB is just a save mission, isn't it, right? Keep the AK alive if he can. You feel a little bit better. Rotating coming through towards mid. Just making sure that actually nothing's picked up. I like this play, Boom. It's just keep them at bay as best he can. Yeah, time going to tick down, and QB, it'll be all right to keep the AK in play. One, we're not really going to hunt him as well, which I think is probably the smart call. There we go, just like that. Undone and dusted. 5-0 start, 1 win. Running through the motions rapidly right now. This is very easy stuff from them. And they continue to put on a bit of a clinic on the CT side. Where was this at times over towards Mirage? 23-25 is how that one ended in favor of Sangal. They both took away each other's map picks. Heading in towards Ancient, we said on paper, it's a very kind of scrappy map for both of these two sides where you really would struggle actually to call comfortably who's going to take it. And you can kind of see exactly why. But right now, Sangal, no comparison.
Oh, big nade damage landing the Molotov as well. Going to make life very difficult indeed for them to work their way in towards this bomb site. Boomich does go down. Deco still alive, as is Travis. And, well, getting through Travis is a challenge in and of itself as he finds himself another multi-frag round. Mr. Skrunk is all that remains. And surely not long for this world. They will indeed deal with him. And the streak continues for 1 win.
Tough, easy stuff for 1 win. Comfortable Counter-Strike. Like we've already kind of mentioned a few times, they're just running through the motions, not being tested. Sangal, it seems like they're trying to play this very heads-up kind of fundamental style of T-side Ancient. It's not working. Well, this map has had a lot of changes to it recently, and it has made it a little bit better in terms of the kind of CT and T-side disparity. It's definitely not as kind of puggy as they would hope in the likes of an Inferno Mirage. They've still got to bring out some strats here, which right now they're struggling to do so.
Yeah, definitely not looking good. And those individuals that we talked about from 1 win looking so very scary, and they continue to activate here. Nice find from Skrunk. The round not going to happen. Ooh. Panic's next to fall. And yeah, this is a really quick Ancient so far.
This has been rapid. Yeah, we're at 7-0 and we've kind of, I don't know what, 6 minutes? I think I'm right in saying it's been very fast. But it gets to making up for things, right? Especially with how long, how much of a marathon that second map is kind of getting us somewhat back on track. Anthony right now, Sangal back in towards a buy. Quad AK, 1 AWP. Speaking of the AWP, Panic's yet to get on the scoreboard just yet. Oh my god, Decker, that's quick.
Lovely opener once again coming in for the 1 win side of things as they look to continue the trend. Soulfly flying in towards the bomb site, but Travis still going to beat him. This guy looking absolutely unstoppable right now on the 10-1. Kicked it off in the pistol and he's not stopped since then. Panics left on half HP, so this is really not looking too good. Another dominant round for 1 win has started and may well continue.
Oh, Sangal taking a lot of damage and walking straight in towards the big man himself, Deco. He's having a masterclass. We need Panic to start firing. He's 0-7. James Bond in the server. Looking for a golden gun for 5 kills. He would need something miraculous to save this round from being an 8-0 start for 1 win. Well, I'm going to be scooped up in just a second. We'll make a noise, of course. And that in itself is a bit of a risk. And I don't think QB wants to take it. You might even just keep hold of the AK.
Yeah, looks that way. QB hanging about, see if anything comes his way on a wing and a prayer, but not going to happen. It will be a save to come through. They don't really have any other options. So 1 win will continue the trend here and continue the one-sidedness. This is, again, a massive juxtaposition from the previous map, as you're kind of saying. And I think Sangal maybe left in that last map, and not able to adjust as quickly to this one. It's really getting out of hand already, to be honest with you.
This is worrying. I mean, we need to most definitely see a pause come through. Right there it is. Sangal, have a conversation, have a talk. Because, yeah, it's not good right now in terms of the level of Counter-Strike being shown here. 8-0 for one win. They are just running away with things. From, at times, how puggy Inferno was, how even Mirage was, to then go in towards Ancient. It feels very kind of weird. It's a tough one to break down kind of towards its fundamentals. You look across the board, so it was one win, a couple of individuals really showing up. Travis 10-1, Nickelback, Forrester 7 kills, Deco 8-3. It's been easy stuff for them. For Sangal, nobody's really stepping up. Everybody's struggling. I think to see like this, I mean, we could see an absolute blowout of a first half. I mean, already it kind of feels like we are seeing a blowout of a first half. Sangal cannot seem to fathom around just yet.
Yeah, absolutely terrifying at this stage of the game. So we'll see. I think Sangal need to find a round now. There is very little room for them to work with. They've already lost the half out, of course, so it's all a case of recovery at this point. It's just a case of getting a good recovery. Up to 6 or 7 rounds would be what they are after, and it has to begin here, and it has to work off the back of the timeout. If things, go south again, and they've just taken a timeout, then, yeah, you would feel like they're really up the creek without a paddle.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Oh, Panic's posted. Forrester's boosted up, though. This is the important kill. Close, ready, waiting, legs spotted, spamming on the corner as well. Will get tagged, but he can drop Molly and just fall away. And Panic just doesn't want to push through that, understandably as well. He's already taken a significant kind of a tag coming through. It's crumbling. It's crumbling. We're walking straight towards danger. Corey will find one, but already time's starting to tick, and the numbers still favor one win.
4 on 3. Soulfly trying for a catch, but he's denied the opportunity. Travis will smoke him off. Only 30 seconds remain for Sangal to do anything, and that smoke comes in quite late. Will probably dissipate at about 20 seconds, so really, really tough for Sangal to find a way in towards the B-bomb site. They're going to try and give it their best shot. Travis, meanwhile, hanging around on the edge of the smoke, wins the fight. Panics can't trade him, and only 10 seconds to get that bomb down. Surely not going to happen here. Nickelback's got his boy covered, and Panics yet to frag. We'll have to save for yet another round.
Really struggling, right? Really can't find anything right now. Like I said, though, credit. Nice stuff coming through from one win. Easy, clean Counter-Strike. It's working wonderfully. 9-0. How do they break the deadlock? And to make matters worse as well, the buy is going to continue to be super janky until they get bomb plants too. That's going to give them just some financial stability. This is a massacre right now. Sangal have completely fallen flat. They're a shadow of their former selves. And it's a quad Galil buy around that AWP. Not exactly where they wanted to be at all.
Nice win for Deco, as Panics is still struggling to get kills on the board. He's looked so good for Sangal across the course of this series and past couple of weeks as well that he's been in the team, but unfortunately here on the third map where it is counting, get knocked down into that lower bracket, of course, it is escaping him. Yeah, this is really troublesome stuff, and Sangal going to be a man down once again.
Well, already. All holding a range as well. It's just such a strong position. Look at the up to try and force him off the angle, but he's spamming down to get 2 as well. It's just so easy for him. Soulfly nowhere to be seen with the AWP. Flash on the corner. It's comfortable as Corey falls. And this one, once again, all she wrote, bomb drop. Time starting to tick as well in a 1 versus 5. There's just no chance. They're going to hunt him, try and make Soulfly uncomfortable. He gets a consolation. There's nothing more than that. 10-0 1 win. What a weird game we're getting here, Scriven. Map number 3. Arthur, the marathon that we've had in the opening 2.
Yeah, man. Well, we talk a lot about the fatigue, really.
Yeah.
It can be very, very difficult to contend with, and playing such a long series like this, you know, keeping yourself in the mindset, keeping yourself rolling. It's getting very late now, of course. So it certainly is making a difference, I would say. And unfortunately, Sangal do not have the extra gear, do not have the ability within their tool set to keep things rolling here. And it is, yeah, starting to get very, very, very one-sided now.
It's shaky. Already down to 4 as well, but of course it's just pistols, so not expecting all too much. Ooh, pop shot in the corner. Stronggate's mighty close. They won't find all too much. So, what now? At the very least, Corey's found 1. Make that 2 as well. Lovely shot. That's a weapon to be collected as well, which is not bad. A second drop. The AUG reclaiming some of that space and looking for more as well. Forrester, feed them to him. QB. We'll limit him at just 2. He's actually at 2 versus 2 where he scooped up an M4.
Where is that bomb going is the key question, though. Panics is digging towards the B-bomb site, and they are just spinning around the cube here. Travis might not realize how deep it is, but at the same time, Panics might have called that the bomb site is clear. Oh, Travis. He could stop the bomb plant if he wanted. QB goes for the safe plant. Travis is still going to try and stop him. All getting a bit weird. Flash comes around. What is going on? Travis is somehow untrackable. Boomich, meanwhile, has bided his time, and he will come through to find the double. Maybe. Still got QB alive. This is an absolute mess on the B-bomb site right now. QB trying to find a frag. It does not happen. Travis eventually takes him down. Goodness me, what a mess.
That was one of the rounds of all time. Just not a good one. It was so weird from Sangal there. You could just see they were just so nervous, so tentative. And that actually has been the story of this map. Just nerves, tentative, shadow their former selves. Like I said earlier, it's a pretty adequate, I guess, anecdote that continues to portray itself pretty prominently. So far, it has been some weird and wonderful Counter-Strike. 1 win and making the chaos thrive for them. Sangal just getting completely overwhelmed. They're a stone in water right now. They just cannot seem to keep their head above water.
Soulfly naded off. Decent damage. Again, dished out by 1 win in the early stages. They'll get Corey towards middle and send him through, however. Deco might get a bit overwhelmed. Tip does lose his life. Travis trying to get the trade, but can't quite find it just yet. Goes digging for it. Not sure where he's gone. Corey gives his position away, and Travis does trade him out eventually, but still, this is looking like one of the better rounds for that T side of things. Boomich going to fall. There is the AWP recovered by Travis here. What can he find with it? Probably not going to be an awful lot with the smoke coming in. Scrunk, off angle for him. Finds himself a double, as you do. And now just Travis remaining to try and do what he can, and that's not going to be anything at all. So, finally, we will see Sangal find a round.
Long time coming. Is it already too little too late, potentially? An 11-4 back when Ancient was first released was actually not a bad scoreline, but the current iteration of Ancient is most definitely a bad scoreline. Sangal are in trouble, right? Alarm bells are seriously ringing off. If this was the middle to latter stages of 2022, I wouldn't be all too alarmed. I've seen plenty of 11-4s turn back on their head. This map is much more even in terms of its spread. Sangal are just seriously struggling. It doesn't mean anything's going to affect 1 win at all. They're still confident. They're still taking fights. And Forrester and Travis still making it look easy. There's the opening 2 in a matter of moments.
5 versus 3. As the dust settles. Panic's contacting in, but he's not fast enough. Boomich takes him down. Just having a bit of fun on the secondary AWP, really. And, yeah, I mean, rightfully so. QB tries to find something with the AWP himself, but it's being kept at bay at the moment. Half HP, Boomich flying around with a pistol. Finds a lot of damage onto Soulfly. Will finish him off eventually. And now it just leaves 1 for the side of Sangal. Nice shot in isolation, but surely should be dealt with in a mere matter of moments. Indeed, it looks like it. They are slowly encroaching, slowly surrounding, swarming onto this position of Kyubi to take him down. When will they find him? There you go. He goes for the peeking and Boomic gets it done.
Well, it was a flash in the pan then for Sangal. That's an 11-round lead built up already. This side have completely fallen apart. Honestly, it just looks like, unfortunately, Sangal, they've just got nothing left in the tank, right? They're just completely burnt out. Fatigue's caught up with them. They're just wanting this over and done. They seem checked out, right? That's been the story. Nothing is going the way they would hope. Maybe we're going to get rid of an A with B. Not exactly sure why. We'll actually opt for the M4. Fair enough. I mean, I guess they got money to burn, right? So who cares? But yeah, definitely it's not been the Sangal you know and love, right? This has just not been a strong showing from them at all. They're getting punished. One win are playing very easy Counter-Strike, very aggressive CT Counter-Strike as well, but they're not being punished for it. The big thing is that normally when CTs overextend, they get caught, they get punished, and they learn their mistake, and they don't do it again. But because one win are getting away with it so often, they're so happy just to continue doing it.
Yeah, very true, bro. Very, very true indeed. So I think they will begin to kick themselves on that side of Sangal that they were not able to capitalize. They were not able to put a stop to them. One win have just been running absolute rings around them. Forrester will back away as the flash comes in, but ultimately Sangal taking a bit of A main control. No kills as yet.
Quiet. For now, Utah being set up over towards A. There's only one here. Forrester. He hasn't really struggled. In towards back plat. Molotov actually will force him forward. There's a gap in the left-hand side of that smoke, though. He will get away in time, but it's still very scrappy.
No one moving in. They've pulled the brakes on. It's more of an A fake than anything. They're trying to get some control towards middle. Deco ever dynamic on the AWP. Oh, nearly finds that double there. QB does well to take him down. The AUG comes away off the angle and maybe could have found a double, but not going to happen for him. Key frag from Boomic to start to secure this one. It's going to be Scrunk. He's caught out in the middle as the flash comes in, and that's 13 rounds now for one win.
This is just a massacre, mate. I mean,
yeah.
In your eyes, you think it's done? I mean, I could probably understand why you think that, but you think there's just no way back into this at all?
Yeah, this one's over, I feel like. I don't think it's controversial to say at this point. One win, just been, yeah, on a ringer, absolutely unstoppable. Playing, you know, like unbothered. By the fact that this is a map that they don't really play all that much. They're really just, you know, going for it and sending it. Speaking of sending it, Corey going to do just that. Finds the opening pickup onto Nickelback. Will leave Forrester as the lone A defender, therefore.
Gap in that wood, of course, is always held pretty well. But yeah, like you said, A is exposed, open. Put on the pixel peak. Boomic desperately spamming to try and bring the numbers closer to being level in front of the smoke as well. Actually, hang on a second. Travis might have a little bit of a gap to work with. He's going to be unbothered. We'll find a running shot towards Panics. Continues to make his day very uncomfortable as he continues 1-12. He has really struggled. But it looks like finally Sangal are going to find their second in the final round of the half.
Yeah, whether it is enough or not, I do not know. There is a hell of a run back required. I don't know that 14-1 is all that much worse than 13-2. Boomic with a frag. Does have a smoke for the bomb. Got a smoke for Donut as well. Going to get the tap onto the bomb. Maybe get some spray downs out. As Boomic trying to find some key frags here. There's not a lot of time. Got to get back on the bomb and hope for the hold here. We'll see whether he can pull it off. Not looking too likely as the knife was even out to just seal the deal. 13-2 at the turn of the half. One win. Well, it looks like they have found a third wind, a fourth wind. I don't even know after a quadruple overtime what you would call it. Either way, they are looking to secure this one into that second half. Join us after the break.
break up, don't speak for a couple of weeks. I'll be in his place till he calls and says he's sorry. This situation's on repeat, just like a scratch on a CD. It just gets deeper.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back into the second half here. One win looking to clean up house. 13-2. Quite a different tale here on Ancient compared to Mirage, which was back and forth until the bitter end. Well, one win. They want to get to bed. It's quite late over in their part of the world, of course. So we'll see whether they can get it done quickly or whether Sangal are going to keep them here for a little while longer with the pistol. Dooley's going in. Not going to find anything. Maybe that is a sign of things to come. The mid-control for one win is pretty deep here.
Yeah, Dooley's couldn't do what we saw happen in the first pistol round coming through with a quad. Either way, Forrester, QB one apiece. Deco going to answer back. Speaking of Dooley's, will drop QB on the trade. Bomb to get planted as well. Now things starting to fall by the wayside. 2 remaining alive. Strunk and Soulfly. Double S looking for 4 kills. And they can't even find one in the hands of Soulfly. Strunk will answer. Instantly dropped out. And that surely is all she wrote. 14-2. It is a masterclass in the server right now. But an absolute disaster class from Sangal.
Yeah, completely surprising, to be honest. Sangal dropping off a cliff. Just could not keep it rolling towards the tail end of the evening here. And it is somewhat of a shame. After a deep competition on map number 2, you know, it really is surprising to see that they drop off this proverbial cliff. One win. Just have to get through the force buy, and then it really should be all she wrote for this one.
Already. No, still. On the side of slow from Sangal, not trying to take too many early fights. Soulfly just ready and waiting around the corner. Still looking at the call to arms for Sangal to really make this one stick. It's a forced investment coming through. We lose this and they're playing for OT. Soulfly going to be the first fight. Takes a pop shot, but Travis just gets away in time.
Soulfly still sticking around, looking for this fight. Trying to get cheeky with it. I'm not going to go all the way around the corner, though. Nickelback was indeed waiting for him. One win just winding the clock down and looking to play in towards B, it looks like. As that would indeed be the order of the day. They're slowly making their way in. Nickelback going to lead the charge on the Mac 10. Soulfly spotted around the corner will be finished off. So Skrunk to essentially hold the line on the B-bomb site, it feels like. Always easier said than done over here. Spam coming in. Nothing really happening. Bomb going down, and indeed looking very good indeed for the one-win side of things as they will keep their opponents at bay. Corey and QB, the 2Ks, hoping to find something to make this round, to make this game somewhat serviceable, but it's just not going to happen, and QB's being chased down by the entire team of one win. Ooh, will find one. Nearly comes close to a second, but not going to happen for him. 15-2 now, and with 13 opportunities to close this game out and no real money for Sangal, you would assume that this one is all but over.
Yeah, it just has to be done, right? This is just not where you want to be. I mean, credit, right? One win of coming towards Ancient. They've made sure that there was never a competition here. They've made sure that Sangal had no options. And absolutely massacred them. Sangal now play for OT. And it has to be 13 consecutive rounds of success to get there. Let's be honest, it's not happening.
No. Not going to happen. Soulfly goes flying in, and he will be the first to fall because of it. You've got to respect the confidence to a certain degree, but there's a fine line between foolishness and courage. And he does look a little bit the fool there. Another frag to come through. Hammering it in. The rotations will come round from Sangal, but what will they really get done here for their defense. I mean, they could pull the bomb out if they so choose. Flash comes around. Deco very ready. Spotted it coming. He will be traded out at the very least, but I think it starts to confirm the fact of what's going on. Nickel back. Almost finishes the round off. QB going to be the only one left. 12 HP to speak of. 3 to get through. Not going to happen. 16-2-2. 2-1 in the end, and it is 1 win to take the victory. But my goodness, that was a wild ride there on Ancient as they just get it done in about half an hour or so. We go from one of the longest maps of Counter-Strike I think I've casted in recent memory, if not, up there in my career, to one of the fastest maps. So, just comical.
What a weird map 3 as well, considering what we had. Inferno was relatively competitive, 16-10 over there. Mirage, obviously very competitive in terms of the amount of overtimes we had. We had 40, I think it was like 48 rounds of Counter-Strike or something ridiculous along those lines, right? It was an insane performance of Mirage, and you go into towards Ancient, you're just assuming, all right, super competitive, going to continue on what has been a very prominent storyline throughout this stage. These two sides been actually relatively evenly matched. And then out of nowhere, just a complete capitulation by Sangal. Not the same side we saw in towards Mirage, not even the same side we saw in towards Inferno, where at least at the very least we had moments of brilliance there. It was nothing. Not once in towards that game did we see anything positive on Ancient. So a very weird sign, but I think it's definitely safe to say fatigue caught up to them. They used everything in the tank, right? They were running on fumes. There was nothing left for them. And hey, credit to 1win. They had the kind of that mental fortitude. They had a little bit more of the gas left in the tank ready to work with, and they were able to kind of use that fatigue against them.
Yeah, you do have to give them credit for that, I suppose, in the very end, that they were able to, keep it going. And Sangal, unfortunately, just on the opposite end. We took a long break in between. Maybe if they'd kept the games rolling, difficult to tell. But my goodness gracious, what an evening of Counter-Strike. It is 1 win to come away with the victory in the end. And Sangal, they will be knocked down to that lower bracket side of things. We'll check in with those teams as things keep on rolling. We've got more Counter-Strike coming up tomorrow, of course. If you are still with us, and if you've been here since the start, thank you very, very much. And we hope to see you tomorrow. But from myself and Naokai, that is going to be it for today. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll catch you again tomorrow.